well, there
These
we
ones
go.
are so
Yeah, going.
confusing. I always mess them up.
Yeah, I've never done a schedule thing. That there's a couple extra steps, but it's like, oh, okay, I know
That's
how
why
to.
I never do it, because they always mess it up.
I know how to do this now, kind of. Maybe we'll see. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I can hear it on the video. Um, okay, yeah, I can. Perfect. All right, I guess we're in here and Botrix. Excellent. Works for me. Um, God, it's been a minute.
I wish I
Um,
could find my copy of this book.
what do you mean? I've got one right here. We've all got a copy.
What is this?
What is?
What am I looking at?
Uh, this is from the Internet Archive, but I assume it's okay because, as you can see, the uploader says Scott Cawthon, so it must be Scott.
Amazing.
So hopefully we don't get dunked in the Fazgoo for reading it. Like, Scott, I'm busy. I'm starting a business. Please don't kill me. Like, can I just read this, please? Um, Excellent. Oh God, unfortunately we are starting to get people in here. Hello, everybody. Um, I'm not dead yet. I kind of wish I was, because that means I gotta go back to writing soon. Um, but I've also been very busy getting this business set up. I'm hoping to get started the first week of May. Um, it's just been a lot to get that done, but hopefully once everything's stabilized and it's just to the weekends for me, I can finish this thing up. It's just a bunch of character dialogue I've got to go through. Um, and I'm trying not to like glaze over everything because I put this much work into it. I might as well do it right. Um, and yeah, I'll hopefully get that video out in like a month or two. Hopefully. Um, But anyways, for tonight, what was it? I think Vibrar suggested like, oh hey, like I haven't heard this story in a while. Maybe we should stream it. And I was like, you know what? Maybe we should. And here we are. Um, so we're gonna read 1:35 a.m. Um, have you read this before, Vibrar?
Many moons ago, like it's been a long time.
And why
'Cause
would?
I bought a book
Mhm.
sometime after it came out and I read it, but I don't remember it super well.
Um, and why would we pick out this story in particular? Like, what's important about 1:35 a.m.? Come on, what do you like? Why did we pick this?
Because you mentioned it earlier.
Well, yeah, well, and what's in it? Like, why would I zone in on this story in particular? Like, what are we told in this that's so important? Maybe.
I don't know. I don't remember it.
I really feel like you will when we get to it. Um, and was like why I thought it might bear
It's it's
mentioning.
not connected to the vent thing, is it?
What vent thing?
Okay, it's not. We're good.
Okay. um, maybe, maybe not. Um, God, and I guess I didn't think about like how we're gonna do this. Do you want to like swap narrating?
We can't.
I get maybe for character things, so we might hop between characters or something, just for the fun of it. Like this is a very chill, not serious stream, as you can tell by the thumbnail. Um, so we'll just kind of do that and go from there. Um, let's see here, and let's flip through here. Yeah, room for one more new kid. Okay, yeah. Perfect. And we'll just start flipping through here once it loads. Guess that'd be good to check too. Oh, yeah, there we go. Alright, perfect. Is there any forward? Nope. Okay, excellent. Scholastic. Amazing. Alright, do you want to go first? I guess, or do you want me to do it? I guess it's my stream. Maybe I should. I don't know. Uh, Oh wait, hang on. Now I'm skimming the. No, no. Can we skip this one in particular? This is the one that made me mad. Because it's like, what is the point of this story?
That's why I was so curious why you were like, we should read it because you hated this story.
Well, it's not just this one in here. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, is it? It's like maybe multiple.
Yeah, there. I
Yeah,
think there.
because I think it has three stories.
Yes, it's this first one that like really ticked me off though. Hang on, because it's like
What one did you want us to read?
I'll find it. Hang on, because it like goes nowhere. And like spoilers, but like oh, she just dies in the end. Like nothing really happened, and like we learn nothing. So it's like, what's the point? Uh, which I guess in a microcosm you could criticize all of FNAF with that very question too, but that's me being a little mean. Um, just taking a second to load for some reason. Let's see. Um, what's your favorite FNAF story? While I get this to do things.
Mm. In the Pizzaplex ones or the Fazbear Frights ones?
Just any in general, I suppose, but
There's a lot that I like in the Pizzaplex ones.
really.
Yeah. I don't like how most of them end, but it's like basic Goosebumps type crap where it's just like horrible ending for everyone. But like a lot of the stories I think are fun to read.
Right.
Let me
And
look up the list of them because I can't remember.
and like don't get me wrong, like a lot of them are fun too, but it's just like maybe it's like it's the problem because I'm coming at it from like a theorist mindset of like what can I learn from this, and it's like if it's nothing or like I can't like confidently connect it to the games, it's like what's the point? Right? Like and I don't mean to be like reductive on that. Like a fun story can just be a fun story, and there's certainly plenty of them. And like they can also be both. But it's like I kind of have to like not read these for fun stories. Like I'm kind of trying to get to like the real meat and potatoes, as it were.
It's time for you to reread all the books.
Implying I read them all to begin with. Like I just kind of pick and choose the ones that seem important. Like the books only matter when I say they matter, right? Like that's kind of what like Scott and Steel Wool were telling us after what was it, Secret of the Mimic. And that's me being very mean, kind of. But it like I just remember how mad those Tales games people got. Um, they were so confident they were canon to the games. Like that
I think
ever.
the problem is then they're like they're not important. They are important.
I mean, are they? I don't know. It seems like some are,
Yes,
some aren't. Like
I think they are, but
I think some are. Okay, yeah. See, there are more stories. This one I haven't read. We can read this, but this isn't the one I was looking for. It's your call, though.
what were you looking for? I'm so baffled.
Oh, you'll see. Let's see. Scott has a pool of like 50 names he bounces between. Let's see, I'm remembering that. Hang on. Devin. It's not this one. Coolfulness. Let's see. Just gotta keep scrolling through here till I find it. Where is this thing? Um, just so there's not dead air here as well. I will say, like, I do think there's a lot of, despite what Scott says, there are like things in the Silver Eyes trilogy that do translate to the games. Now, I know he said don't look for lore in there, but and I guess in Scott's kind of way, like that could also be right because there's not really lore in there, but there are like building blocks of the shared universe is kind of like a lame way for me to put it, but that's really what I think is going on there. What do you think about that?
That's fair.
Um okay, here we go. Hang on. Boom. Caught scoffing. Excellent. Hang on, I'm trying to see this is the right one. Yes. Okay, yes, this is it. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. This is it. Right here. This short story at the end. It's not super long, but it may or may not be very important. Just took a while to get to it, I guess. And we could read the others or what other story while we're here as well afterwards if we want, but are you and everyone else ready? Vibrar?
I think so.
They think so. Oh, perfect. All right. Mio, hey, Glitch. Hey, Mio. Hey, guys. Sorry, I was like scrolling through there. Um, Figured I'd say hi real quick. What are you saying with the coming at the story as a theorist is absolutely true. Yeah. Um, could be wrong, but I don't think Scott ever said the knowledge trilogy. Like, is it been you or Bronze that has said Scott said that like don't go to the Silver Eyes for lore or something to that
I think it
effect.
was me because there was a
Um,
quote that he
right,
had said, but he had said something else after it too. So I don't know.
right. Like from the epilogue, yes, of 1:35 a.m. Was what I was looking for. The Phineas Taggart story is what I wanted to hone in on specifically. Um, and so, if you're ready, Viva, I guess do you want me to just narrate this, everybody? I'll try. I guess this could
Sure.
kind of be practice for me doing the giant video I'm doing at some point. God, which I'm. Oh my god, I'm dreading recording that monster. Uh, that's gonna suck. Um, all right. Everyone ready? All right, let me take a drink. Ah. All right. Narration practice. I might use you for another voice, by the way. Um, Larson sat at the elegant oak roll-top desk that dominated one end of his otherwise anything but elegant living room. If he sat at the desk, the top of which held an antique green banker's lamp, and above which hung a print of an eagle flying over a meadow, his back was to the rest of the room. From here, he could pretend the other part of his living room didn't exist. Everything else in the room, the stained card table, two folding chairs, a ratty easy chair, and a blue vinyl beanbag chair, only made the place seem more empty and sad. Taking a sip from the glass he held balanced against his chest, he looked at the framed picture of Ryan that the banker's lamp illuminated. Ryan had been 6 when the picture was taken. He'd just lost his 2 front baby teeth. The resulting gap gave his freckled, blue-eyed face an impish look Larson loved. Uh, excuse me. Um, People said Ryan was the spitting image of his dad. Larson guessed he saw it. For sure he and his son shared dirty blonde hair, freckles, blue eyes, and a wide mouth. Ryan had gotten his mom's nose, which was good for Ryan. But sometimes, all Larson saw when he looked at his son were the differences between them. To Larson, his own face looked hard and closed, while Ryan's was still eager and open. how long would it stay that way? A few days before, Larson had gotten a glimpse of what Ryan would look like when the possibilities of childhood collapsed into the obligations of adulthood. Larson had promised, swearing on a stack of comic books no less, that he'd take Ryan to see a movie premiere. Work had gotten in the way, and Larson had canceled. Ryan hadn't taken it well. "You don't do anything you say you'll do," Ryan had screamed. His face was red and contorted with crushing disappointment. "I'm sorry, Ryan." Ryan had sniffled. "Teacher says dads are like superheroes." It's hard to do, kids. But you're not. Superheroes don't break promises. Larson's phone rang, and he snatched it up. Anything that could save him from the memory of his many regrets would be welcome. Alright, let's flip the page. We sounded good so far? More or less?
Yeah.
Alright, good. Just making sure that got everything, too. Alright. "The Stitch Wraith was spotted again. I want you to get over there." "Where?" "The old fire site. Remember that bizarre fire?"
The Stitch Wraith.
"Mm-hmm." "Sure." Larson set down his drinks, glad he'd only had a couple sips. "I'll be there in 10, he said. "Wait, isn't that the second time it's been spotted there?" And that's just kind of relevant to that. This is where it really gets good. Don pulled open the heavy metal door of the old X factory, and he and Frank headed to the food truck parked in the middle of what used to be one of the defunct factory's assembly rooms. The truck, no longer mobile, was permanently placed in the room, and it was surrounded by wood picnic tables. It was a weird setup, but then Dr. Phineas Taggart, the man who owned it all, was weird too. Don spotted Phineas sitting in one of the picnic table benches, and he nudged Frank. They watched Phineas carefully pull the tail of his pristine white lab coat out from under him and smooth it, then just as carefully spread a white linen napkin on the rough table in front of him. He flicked a speck of dirt from the napkin's corner, then opened his sandwich wrapper in the precise center of the napkin. "Thank you," Phineas said to the sandwich. Wait, I forgot, I gotta do the voice I gave Phineas. "Cells, please process this food with love." Here, do you want to try doing a voice and not make me voice everyone? You see the do you want to do it or no?
Oh, you want me to do the other dude?
Yeah, might as well. Have fun with it.
Let me see if I can pull up my Kindle.
Or Casey, if you can see it on stream.
Still talking to your food, Phineas.
Don called. He rolled his eyes and winked at Frank. Frank just shook his head. They watched Phineas close his eyes. It was like he was praying, but once he'd told them he was creating a, quote, mental shield out of light when he did that. Whatever that meant. "Hello, Don," Phineas said. "As I have previously explained, I'm not talking to my food per se. I'm talking to cells, both the cells in the food and those of my body."
Right.
Don nudged
Can
Frank.
you
Yeah, I'll do the narrate part.
Can you say one sandwich short of a picnic?
He muttered to Frank. Frank, who had had the same darkly tanned face and forearms and broad, thick shoulders that Don had, set his hard hat on the picnic table next to the one Phineas sat at, and he stepped over to the food truck to order his food.
How's that shield coming?
Don asked, dumping his hard hat next to Frank's. Phineas watched Reuben scribble down Frank's order, then he looked at Don. "I am developing a modicum of expertise with shield creation," Phineas said. Frank returned from ordering and plopped on the picnic table's bench. Dust billowed up from his thighs when he sat. Don noticed Phineas's nose twitch. He probably wasn't thrilled with how sweaty he and Frank smelled. Phineas was a little prissy.
Gotta hear this, Frank.
He nodded, Don said. He nodded at Phineas.
Tell him.
Phineas looked at his sandwich, but then he straightened his narrow red tie and adjusted the stiff collar of his gray dress shirt. He cleared his throat. The creation of a personal field has its origin in the work of a psychologist who did a series of experiments on the effect of being stared at. Either one of us can do Frank. It's your call.
Why would anybody study that?
Frank asked. Don, who stood at Reuben's counter ordering his food, said,
I hate being stared at. It makes my skin crawl.
he loved winding Phineas up and listening to him spout off about all the weird stuff he was into. Precisely, Phineas said. That's why this psychologist was studying the phenomenon. Why does it bother us when people stare at us? To measure the test results, the psychologist used EDA, or electrodermal activity readings. The readings show responses of the sympathetic nervous system.
That makes perfect sense.
Don lied. He winked at Frank, who grinned. Phineas was oblivious to their amusement. He continued, my bad, his informational download. The results of his experiments were that those being stared at show significantly higher electrodermal activity when they were being stared at than they would have been expected by chance. Frank shrugged.
So what?
He rolled his eyes at Don, who chuckled. So, Phineas went on, this man did other experiments as well. He wanted to know if it was possible for people to influence others' negative intentions. If it was, could one protect oneself from these negative intentions? He conducted more experiments, in which one group of subjects was given no instructions and another group was instructed to visualize a protective shield or barrier that would protect against interference of another person's mind. The experiments then attempted to raise all of the subjects' EDA levels by staring at them and willing the levels to rise. The result was that the group had shielded themselves showed far fewer physical effects than the other unshielded subjects.
So will your shield stop speeding bullets?
Don laughed as he took his grilled ham and cheese from Reuben. Phineas smiled. Speeding bullets aren't nearly as dangerous as human emotion. He picked up his sandwich and took a bite. Frank snorted. With his mouth full, he said,
Well, that's just stupid. My neighbor's anger can't leave me gut shot, but the old lady's shotgun can.
You're looking at only the short-term timeline, Phineas said. You see the result of the shotgun's energy, so it seems greater to you. Human emotion is slower to impact, more insidious. It emanates from us, or is excreted from us, if you will, like sweat or tears, and it wafts outward like a noxious cloud, soaking into the surroundings. For some time, I have been studying the effect of these emotions. I am getting close to a breakthrough. And while we're here, I should note, I think that part is very important. And if you want to pause for a second to talk about that, why do you think I say that? Because that certainly jumped out to me when I first read it. V, did you die?
No, I'm thinking.
Okay. Why do I think that part is important? Like that last paragraph. Does it ring any bells for you? Maybe in a recent game we've played. Or a game that released somewhat recently. Well, about a year ago. If a year's recent.
Like, I'm thinking of Jackie in particular, but...
Is that what I'm thinking of?
I don't know.
It's in Secret of the Mimic. You're right. What might sound similar to this in Secret of the Mimic? Of like emotion emanating from something, like sweat or tears, being wafted outward and soaking into the surroundings.
I guess that's kind of the whole manner.
The manner itself, but there's one particular scene that I'll give you a hint is in an audio log.
It goes grah, grah, grah.
Yeah, bingo. Where he beats M2. Wasn't he pretty emotional at that point, grieving over David? That's when I
Yeah.
heard that in the game. This is immediately where my mind went. Was this story in particular? Because I used this for my previous theory on. The hell did I use this for? Oh yeah, the Nightmarion plushies. Like, just worth noting. Maybe that has something to do with that. I don't know. Um,
Sure does in the book where he's like literally spitting on the mimic and stuff while he's
beating it.
on
Yeah, God, that also might be a good story to look at too. Um,
It's just
sorry.
like clearly some aspect of the books is canon. Like we wouldn't have known like any of that if it wasn't for the books.
Right, because like it does feel like Scott is trying to tell us these things or something sometimes in the books, but he can't just. I get why he doesn't want the books to just be like exposition dumps, like because then that's all people would treat them as, and that kind of loses the fun, right? If it's just like read this to understand FNAF lore,
Yeah.
like that would be boring, right?
Here's
Like
everything you need.
right, here's all the answers, guys. Isn't this fun? No, right? Like we want the mystery, right? So he like kind of just puts in like Fazgoo and pregnant MatPat here and there to like muddy the waters and all like annoy me in particular, but also muddy the water. Like what is canon, what matters, what doesn't, right? Are sound illusion discs still canon? Like I don't know. They're in the books. Then they might be in the game. I don't know. Ask Scott. Like, is it illusion disc? Is it gas? Is it goo? Like, I don't know. I don't know if they do either, but they're in the books. And like, that might be part of it too, right? Um, Mixing it up to like kind of throw us off the trail. Um, Take a quick look at chat while we're paused. He poured his agony into it, yes. I can't remember the exact phrasing, but the tale story, the Mimic does use the word agony when describing Edwin beating the Mimic. I think I remember reading that, and that also caught my eye at the time. Like, like, mentioning, like, the emotion agony in particular. How odd in FNAF. Like, agony seems like something we're supposed to take seriously for some reason. I don't know if we've had that pay off yet, but it is a thing. I mean, I guess that's all I wanted to say for that, if you're ready to continue.
Sure.
Oh, wait. Phineas left his Erstas friends by the food truck and returned to the main part of the X Factory, his private area. He wished the food truck was his private area too, but alas, Reuben wouldn't agree to that. When Phineas used to work at Evergreen Laboratories, Reuben's food truck used to be parked outside the ugly concrete building that housed the labs. When Phineas retired, he asked Reuben to set up shop in Phineas's factory converted to laboratory. Doesn't that sound familiar? Because he loved Reuben's food. Reuben agreed only if he could remain open to the public in general. Hence the presence of men like Don and Frank. Phineas knew that they, and others, thought he was nutty, but he still occasionally enjoyed their company. Phineas brushed his teeth after lunch and made sure he still looked spiffy. Being retired was no excuse to get sloppy. So Phineas still dressed as he had for work, and he still kept his graying hair trimmed short and his round, homely face clean shaven. But he was growing up, his mother told him. Being ugly is no excuse to be a slob. She also frequently asked him, "What do you need looks for when you have such a brain?" Phineas agreed with his mom, which is why his life's work, not the pointless pharmaceutical work he did at his job, but his true calling, was the study of the paranormal, the study of energy and its effects on all matter, animate and supposedly inanimate.
Supposedly.
Supposedly. This is where I want you to start paying attention, by the way.
I'm trying.
I want you to see if you noticed what I noticed and like how I connected this to Secret of the Mimic, and particularly one character in Secret of the Mimic. Satisfied that he was presentable, Phineas left the bathroom and walked down the narrow hall to his protected room. Punching in his security code and deactivating the pneumatic seal that guarded his treasures from errant energies, such as those of mold spores and the like, Phineas entered the all-white room of shelving and glass cabinets. Indulging himself, as he did daily, he strolled up and down the rows looking at his accumulated bounty. Phineas knew that, to the untrained eye, the items in this room would look like either rubbish or the collection of a horror movie aficionado. It all depended on perspective. Only Phineas knew that every item in this room was said to be haunted. Haunted was not a term he himself used. Usually used as a word to refer to something embodied by a ghost, the word could also mean part of what Phineas knew to be true of all things. Haunted could mean showing signs of torment or some kind of mental anguish, and this was the more important definition of the word. These items on Phineas's shelves weren't possessed by ghosts. The ones that were truly haunted were energized by agony. The rack, the head crusher, the wheel, the Judas cradle, these torture devices were some of the purest examples Phineas had collected, but he also had everything from the Madonna's image on toast to non-mechanical dolls that opened their eyes by themselves to a rocking chair that rocked on its own. He had acquired all of these special objects from online auctions. He loved each and every one of them. But he couldn't linger here all day. He had work to do. Exiting the protected room, Phineas returned to his small office, where a laptop computer sat in the middle of a simple oak desk. There, he began to type up his latest findings. As I expected, he typed, extreme human emotion appears to impact its surroundings far more powerfully the more negative it is. Agony, I'm convinced, radiates farther from people than any other emotion. Love has its influence, but the experiments being done with water crystals have been misinterpreted. Just because love forms beautiful ice crystals doesn't mean it's the most powerful emotion. Yesterday, I mimicked the ice crystal methodology by allowing all the hurt and anger I usually keep well in check to burst forth. I watched water manifest a hideous crystal in a matter of seconds. Phineas stood and crossed to the grow light of his collection of exotic flowers. He ran his fingertips over the lobster claw-shaped yellow and orange Helonica, the satisfyingly symmetrical lavender lotus flower, the red clusters of flowering ginger, and the brighter red perfumed passion flowers that reminded him of blood-soaked starfish. Other researchers had their water. Phineas had his flowers. He believed flowers, not water, were nature's purest vessels for emotion. He was drawn particularly to the passion flower because the passion flower was known to hold a vibration so pure and innocent that its energy could repattern consciousness. Phineas leaned over and inhaled the flower's pungently sweet scent. The flower, he'd learned from an expert in flower energy essences, were known to repair the ego. It could literally mend the superego and facilitate enlightenment. He
This
believed...
is why people thought the Into the Abyss trailer thing was canon because of this section.
Oh, really?
Because it like zoomed into that flower at the end of that one teaser. It was like a black flower.
Yes.
Everyone was so excited. Oh man.
Oh yeah, which is all yeah the end. What was it? The Leon Riskin one where it zoomed in on the
Yeah.
flower. I remember that. It also had nothing to do with FNAF, guys. We're not mad. He believed that he was approaching the day when he would be so attuned to the flow of his own energy that he could get in resonance with this extraordinary blossom. But not now. Phineas checked his watch. It was time. And we'll pause there for a second, and I want to ask you, what in that passage do you think I thought was important?
Agony.
Well, let's go back a page. Is there anything here, in this page in particular, that might have anything to do with Secret of the Mimic and just the FNAF universe in general?
How agony is can radiate farther from people than any other emotion.
Yep. Seems to be the most powerful. Radiates from people. And again, this passage here, haunted, and it bears repeating. Haunted was not a term he used, usually used as a word to refer to something embodied by a ghost. The word could also mean part of what Phineas knew to be true of all things. Haunted could mean showing signs of torment or some kind of mental anguish. This was the more important definition of the word. The items on his shelves weren't possessed by ghost. The ones that were truly haunted were energized by agony. I can just go out and say it. I think this is pointing me to like M2's not possessed, or at least completely. If it is like if again like and that was probably quite the jump to make, but if like we're to take this as gospel with like how this works in the FNAF universe and like he's pouring his agony out like and again just as you said like spitting and like literally says pouring his agony out when he's beating the mimic in the book and that seems to be what he's also doing in the game. Maybe this is the source of the haunting in M2, Edwin's agony. Now what's your thought on that?
Where does the agony originally come from, though?
Edwin.
No, in general.
Like all agony or Edwin specifically?
Like in this story.
This story?
Yes.
It just like blithely mentioned like his like pent up whatever and he just like lets it flow forth. So like he had some kind of
But it
agony
comes from somewhere. Like these
Well,
objects
oh
don't
yeah.
just randomly get agony. It's from something
Well, yeah, and all
that's
these
connected to
items
life.
he got, yeah, it said like he got them at online auction that were and he specifically looked for ones that were haunted.
And
Like
how would that come to be, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
well, like the ones that said around here too before, the rack, head crusher, like torture implements are more obvious, but like there's also the implication of like, what if he got like again, it's morbid, but like something like a child's item that, like died in a fire, right? Like I would imagine like the blanket they held in the room they died in, that would probably be pretty haunted, right? With the agony thing as he understands it, right? Or like even a car, for example. Like literally anything that like happens near tragedy or like extreme emotion seems to be what he's going with here with all this. Like the torture implements are just the more obvious ones. But even things like it says here, from the Madonna's image on toast, non-mechanical dolls, a rocking chair, like it can be literally anything. He acquired them all from online auctions. He loved in each and every one of them. So he was specifically looking for them, looking for haunted
Right.
objects.
But like that agony originally doesn't get to those items without an origin.
Yes, it's all these people that were close to them, where they owned or had them before, or were near them, or whatever.
Right. So
Again,
for me, the
yes.
only way that the mimic is able to acquire agony is if there's something actually there. If it's just a random object, it shouldn't have any agony.
What do you mean?
It has to be based off of a person. Like all these things are connected to people.
Yes.
So by that logic, the mimic would have to have either David's remnant in it or his soul.
No, it can come from Edwin. Like Edwin's agony literally. Oh, what does it say? It's almost like poured
Okay,
into it,
so
I think
just
are the
like
words.
so it's literally just infused only with agony.
I'm
Okay,
saying this is at
I
least
see where you're
part
going.
of the puzzle. I'm not like, and again, like I said earlier, I'm totally
Okay,
idea
so
that the mimic is at
like
least
Glitch is saying, the mimic is the object, the agony comes from Edwin. So it's
yes.
his. So that's like the okay. That's the okay. Then that's I see where you're going. Then okay.
Yeah. Now, granted, as we saw in your stream earlier when we were going through this theater section of Secret of the Mimic, what did I point out that was odd there? Because I knew this would come up later. What was odd in that little theater section where, like, the possessed David is talking? Maybe.
We're talking about the tiger.
Yeah, when the white tiger pops up and you start hearing lines from David. Like, what's odd about one of those lines David says there that I
That
pointed
he
out?
wasn't there to hear it.
Bingo. How, if that's David, how is he giving lines that only M2 would have heard?
And for me, I kind of flipped that question on its head, where we shouldn't be hearing them in David's voice.
Should we or should we not?
Why on
Well,
earth would we be hearing them in David's voice if
that's an
he's not
amazing
connected to M2?
exactly. That's an amazing question, isn't it? And that's what we're like. This is a very roundabout way with me in this stream trying to get to the answer of that question. Like, how could David
And
give
for me, the
lines?
answer is because he possessed the Endo before the agony was infused into it.
And that's why I think that's at least part of the truth. I do, and I've been up for the idea that he's at least partially possessing the mimic. But I don't think that's the only thing going on with M2 either. I think there's also like agony at play here too.
Yeah, well, I think that's where the tiger comes from. It's the extension of the agony that can travel further. Like this book, if anything, is solidifying that for me.
Yes.
It can travel farther than
Right, it
any other
emanates
emotion. So that's
further. Yes.
like an extension of being beat up by him.
Yeah, and having his energy, like negative agony, like poured into this endo, right? And this could have been before, like he was like like had infused it with a David's soul, or at least part of it. Um, then that can be explained like why it was acting weird or like even hostile even before that. It was already infused with agony. Now, how unfortunate would that be, I wonder, if like the infusion of the soul didn't happen until after this. So like you're putting a piece of your, or at least maybe in some way you're putting your son's soul in this like agony infused thing that's like already bad. Um which would be really bad. Um because again, like that's why it's so weird to hear that line. Like you brought up, like I forget it was like if all this is true, or like if both things are true at the same time specifically. I think you actually brought that idea up at one point where you said like, God, how much more twisted would that scene be if like a piece of David was already in the mimic at that point when Edwin was beating it. You know, like that's just what I wonder, right? I don't know. Like, what are your thoughts on that? Like, are you seeing like how I kind of connected this all when I first read it?
And for me, I guess it's only part of the story.
Well, yeah, and like I do think that like I don't think it's only agony, but I do think agony is involved somehow with him too. Like the connection, the connective
Yeah, for me,
tissue.
the agony part is when Edwin beats it up. But before then, there's already something supernatural happening for me because of the real Jake story.
Yes, like well, which would I guess was a great question. Which came first, the possession or the agony?
And for me, it's the possession. But
Okay.
for you, it sounds like that's not necessarily the
No,
case.
not necessarily. Let's think of the timeline here, right? Like,
Yellow rabbit creature is a physical entity formed from the agony of the MCI.
in Into the Pit, yes.
That's what Glitch said.
Yes, and I would agree. In Into the Pit. But Into the Pit, in my mind, is a separate continuity. Not that it matters a lot. Like, it's all in, like, again,
It's
I.
every continuity. It's like multiple books. It's a game. It's like every timeline continuity has to have some version of it.
I mean, maybe, like, we don't know what the purple monster thing in Princess Quest is. Maybe. Like, I don't know. Like, that's just the insane way I view FNAF is that there's the FNAF universe all these continuities are in, and then there's the movies, there's the books, there's the games, and then there's Into the Pit, and there's four different
They're all
continuities.
canon. They're just their own
Well,
continuity.
yeah. I brought this up forever ago because it's like, God, pretend you're Scott Cawthon after FNAF 6, and he's like, wow, what a great way to wrap up my story. How do I continue this? Okay, should I do a hard reboot? God, like, no, there's a lot of problems with a hard reboot, isn't there? I don't want to do that. Okay, how can I have the benefits of a hard reset without doing a hard reset? Oh, I'll just make them all separate continuities under the same universe. Well, like, look at the movies, right? Like, it's like he's getting a second chance to retell the story.
Yeah.
Um, Maybe that's just my insane way of looking at FNAF, but, like, that's roughly what I think is going on. Um, but yeah, like that's like the connective tissue I see here, like connecting the Phineas Taggart story here with the Mimic story. Um, where it like again, as Glitch pointed out, I'm pretty sure like outright says the word agony as well as he's hitting it.
Yeah. I fully agree. It's infused with agony.
Um, but like whether that's the whole story or not, I find that doubtful too. Like I'm getting to the point where I think it's both. I think it's both infused with agony and has a piece of David's soul. But that's just a theory. Um,
I
God.
need to make a video on like my whole thoughts on that whole process and like when what happened and stuff.
Well, right, because like going over the timeline, right? Like Fiona's dead. He's sad about it. At least a couple years go by. David is maybe 5, maybe 6 when he dies. We're not quite sure. The Steve achievement is throwing me off to this day. And I find that very but like not everything is like mega rotted in that room, and like unless it was 20 tons of preservatives and cheese pizza, like and even then, right? Like if it was more than a year, that place would be like all that food would be super moldy, right? Like it can't have been that long that room was left abandoned, right? Because no one's been in the birthday room in admin since whatever happened. It seems like,
Yeah, that
right?
is weird. I wonder why that got like closed off. Like just clean it out and be done. That's such a weird thing to just leave there.
I mean, by that point, like, especially after, like, I don't know, like, because there was at least a time after that where, like, there's still employees there and it's running, but, like, it also can't be more than a year either. Like,
It's
near
just
the
weird
end.
they close off the room though. Like
Yeah,
just
I
throw
think
everything away or be done with it.
I
Like it's
I
weird.
think I remember an email log about like the head of admin, what's his face, saying like don't clean it out or something, or go
Which
back
is
in there.
really odd. Like why would that be requested?
We might have to look at the text logs in a bit, but I swear there's a one by the head of admin saying that like just don't go in there after the unfortunate events or something like that. I'd have to find it again. Um,
So have you heard of the book called The Field? It talks about how thought and idea can affect the physical world.
we might need to touch on that one too. Milton, yes, Milton. Oh no, this is God David. I need to actually read that at some point to give it justice.
We should watch God, David.
God. Uh, we can if you want. But let's continue this. This isn't a long
Yeah,
story.
yeah.
Um, where did I? Oh yeah, I went back a page. Da-da-da. Every week, oh, and there's another like really key part here that like I want you to like figure out what I'm connecting this to. Um, in Secret of the Mimic. Every week, Phineas received a new shipment of emotionally charged items. This week, he had some very special objects coming. Hurrying down the hall to the loading dock at the back of his old brick factory, God, that sounds familiar, Phineas practically skipped over the stone floor. He couldn't wait to see his new purchases.
This is just Edwin's pen name.
Ooh, you're getting close. Yo, Finn, a burly bald man called when Phineas stepped into the concrete platform. Hello, Flynn. Phineas bounced on the balls of his feet and rubbed his hands together. He leaned forward to peer into Flynn's truck. What have you? Flynn leaned over and picked up a box. He grinned. You're putting me on. You know what you've ordered. Today's the special day, right? Phineas laughed. Flynn leaned back and widened his warm brown eyes. Whoa, Doc, that's some mad scientist evil laugh you got there. Do you like it? I've been practicing. Nailed it. I'm just having fun with it, don't bully.
I want to hear his laugh so bad.
God. Flynn, his pink head glistening in the sun, and his back muscles rippling under his black t-shirt, began unloading boxes onto the dock. Phineas didn't bother explaining to Finn that Phineas didn't even have a natural laugh. There you go. One of the reasons he was so fascinated by the bandwidth of human emotion was because he could never seem to access the whole range of emotions himself. He didn't have a natural laugh because he'd never felt real joy. What he felt now, though, had to be close. Flynn unloaded the fourth box from Phineas's shipment, checked his manifest, and said, "That's it, Doc. Let me just get the handcart, and I'll take this stuff back to your lab." Thank you, Flynn. Phineas was careful not to add a hurry up, even though he wanted to. Flynn wasn't dawdling. Phineas was just impatient. Flynn tossed the handcart onto the dock, then jumped up and stacked the boxes. The tower was over his head, but he said, "Got it," and went off down the hall, holding the top two boxes on the cart with his left hand as he pushed the cart with his right. Phineas scurried after him. It only took a few seconds to reach the main lab, which was the vaulted core of the factory, what had once been the factory floor. Previously, full of automated assembly equipment, this space was now home to Phineas's various methods of measuring energy. Like Broad, he had had his EDA. He had also had his EEG, his REG, his MRI, and his X-ray machines. He'd used all of them at one time or another in experiments designed to measure the emotional energy left behind in objects that had been near the site of a tragedy. That part's important. Right here, Flynn. Phineas pointed at two large bare tables, and Flynn shifted the stack of boxes to the floor between them. He gave Phineas a salute. Have a good one. I will. Before Flynn had taken a step, Phineas was tearing into the first box. Peering into it, he saw a stack of party plates. Wonderful, he said. He opened the second box, which was flat and oblong. When the box was open, Phineas found himself staring at his own reflection. This was the decorative wall mirror that had watched a man murder his entire family. Oh, what agony might this contain? Phineas ran his hands over the shiny surface. Then he took a deep breath and opened the large square box. As he suspected, this box contained yet another box. An empty Jack-in-the-Box box. Isn't that interesting? Wonderful. Wonderful. This was going to have a lot of juicy agony in it. And last but not least, yes, there it was. Lying in a puffery of styrofoam peanuts, a man-sized endoskeleton lay, just waiting to be activated and given a purpose. Sorry, give me a second. Hopefully you're seeing the connective tissue now. Phineas lifted the endoskeleton from the box, and he frowned when it hung limply in his arms.
The meme.
The mermaid! He hadn't expected it to be this broken. Well, no matter. It looked like nothing, just a ruptured metal network made to stand in for human bones. But it wouldn't be nothing for much longer. Don't worry, Phineas said. I'll provide. Phineas got right to work, hooking together the lines and electrodes of the various energy measuring devices. He set up what he thought of as an energy cascade. The machine would pour energy already captured from previous items into the first new item, in this case, the plates, and then usher that energy through all the additional new items until they culminated in the endoskeleton. Huh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Phineas stepped back to watch the process. Not that there was anything to see. Unfortunately, the transfer of emotional energy occurred at a frequency the human eye couldn't discern. If Phineas turned out all the lights and used a blue light, he could detect just a bit of the energy flow. He'd discovered, however, that the blue light tended to distort the field. He couldn't risk turning it on now. Instead, heating his growling stomach, Phineas decided to return to the food truck for an early dinner. Alright, we'll pause there because it goes to the next scene. What did you think about that?
I love the Jack Keys box.
Yeah, the Jack in the Box, an empty Jack in the Box. Where'd the Jack go? That's interesting.
It was Jackie's box.
Same thing in Secret of the Milk. Yeah, like, oh, where did Jackie go? The
This
empty
was one of my
box.
prediction videos before the game came out.
Yeah, remember when we thought Jackie was gonna be important? And the endoskeleton. What about that, Virar? Wasn't that an interesting twist? An endoskeleton of all things, being close to act like where have we heard that? Like, again, if this isn't Scott like beating us over the head with this, like I don't know what would be.
The mimic story.
Right, like this more solidifies it in my mind. Hang on, we got a comment from Glitch here. Another thing, in the novel trilogy, they mention how Henry was able to give a spark of life to the Charlie bots. The idea of emotional energy is an idea Scott has had for a while. Yes. I definitely agree. I'm guessing the silver eye. Yeah, like, was that the Ella doll, or whatever the doll was that was in Charlie the whole time? You gave it, like, a spark of life. Which is also interesting, because then that would be another example of an item that's, like, infused from the emotional energy of someone else, and also the soul of someone else, in one object. Isn't that odd? Because that's also what I'm suggesting for him too. Isn't that an odd coincidence? Virar, isn't it? Well, because, yeah, if that was right, wouldn't the doll inside Charlie in the Silver Eyes have both Charlie's soul and Henry's agony? It would, wouldn't it? Which is what I'm also suggesting for the games. Well, and like, what are your thoughts on that? Like me connecting the if that is the case in the Silver Eyes, like, is it insane for me to say the same thing is happening in the games with him too?
No.
Yeah, and like, hopefully this is like more and more convincing you of that like it can be both. Because as I show in the Silver Eyes just there, like it's already happened, or at least that's what Scott's depicted in the Silver Eyes trilogy. Because like in the Silver Eye, yeah, don't they show like as he said like Henry like pouring his emotion and agony into this doll, and like even what like Circus Baby points that out in the fourth closet, right? In that little flashback scene. And like we also know for sure he found a way to like shove Charlie's soul into the doll too in the end, right? Both of those things are happening at the same time, which is odd, isn't it? Also, the field book I mentioned was released in 2001. Just to make it clear, this is something that Scott has had in mind for a long time. Fascinating. Yeah, that is very old. Um, but yeah, Virar, what do you think about that idea? Like, am I insane here or am I onto something?
I mean, I also think the endo has a soul in it and is injected with agony, infused with agony.
And like, what do you about the like connective tissue between that and the Silver Eyes? Like, do you think that's a pretty apt
I think the
comparison?
difference is that the endo was already possessed by David because of the other part of the story with the mimic endo and David sitting on the hill, which is very clearly the real Jake aspect of possession.
I mean, sure, but like, I guess it's like as long as it ends that way for this comparison, I guess that you end up with like an endo that is both infused with agony and also possessed to some degree.
Yes.
Is just what I was trying to like point out
I
that like
I believe I agree with it as long as I'm understanding correctly.
well yeah me just saying like this has happened before in the Silver Eye, like is that not what's happening in the Silver Eyes with Charlie?
Very similar.
Right. So like if Scott's already done it in the books, I'm just making the art like who's to say he's not doing it again here in the games with David? In which case we might need to look at connective tissue between David and Charlie, by the by. But to be clear, the Charlie bots aren't actually Charlotte's spirit, given how there's two moving around at the same time. Well, no, not the bots themselves, but the doll in the bot, is how I understood that story. The Silver Eyes. But like she also doesn't like immediately die when Circus Baby rips the bot out of her, which is odd, but I guess I just chalk that up to like, oh, there's a mimic program in her head, I guess. Which, you know, if there is stuff with like binding a soul to it too, that would also make sense because as I'm going to argue, like I think we've seen that before in the games too. Like trying to guide a soul into a vessel, but like you all aren't ready for that video yet. Um, yeah, the doll is the haunted thing, not the endo in that case. But like I get, it's like roughly similar mechanics of like how it ends up basically. Um,
But was the doll haunted or wasn't it? I thought the doll was like what he was pouring all of his tears into, like
yeah,
how
it
he was
poured the
literally
agony
drenching it with
into
tears. So wouldn't
um
that mean it's just an agony creature? Or would are you saying that
the
also like
doll
her
seems to
the
be
soul is part of it?
well, and I don't remember if it ever said like how he did that of like how he got Charlie's soul in there? Like, and is it like in the endo or is it in the
I
doll?
read it last year. I'd have to read it again.
Right, and I would too. It's been a minute. Um, like, but that is a very good point because like if that is, then it could just be like two things close together versus like, oh, he also found a way to put the soul in the doll. But again, like FNAF is extremely vague on like how the soul fetching works. Like not only with the original trilogy, but like with everything that I think is going on with Fiona. Like they're extremely vague on like anything to do with her, right? Of like what's actually like because to the point to where it's still a debate, right? Like like people still like argue like, "Oh yeah, there's nothing paranormal going on at all in Secret of the Mimic." I've seen those arguments.
And that's
Um
like the one case where I give it so much more weight because like it happened at Fall Fest and not at the Manor. So there's like so much more room to argue, I feel like that that's the one case where you could say it's purely just an AI.
And it
But
could
I
be
don't currently believe that, but I really can see the argument.
right, and it's just like I think that is done intentionally. Again, Scott intentionally muddying the waters here to
Give us a fall fesky.
right and give us the big curtain reveal then, right? Of oh, this is what actually happened. Well, and because like if I'm right about that, I'm making the prediction now we will find somehow David died in tragedy at the hands of another. I'm calling it now because I'm of the opinion his soul got shattered. And
Yeah, if that happens, then I'm so much open to so many more other ideas.
right, well, like for my insane idea of with shattering to work, you have to die at the hands of another in fear, specifically. Um, because if it wasn't fear, like literally FNAF 4 doesn't matter, other than the mini games. But um, yeah, like the nightmare fear experiments have to mean something. Is the other thing, right? Like otherwise, like what's the point of them? What's the point of fear? What does it matter? Why did we get a whole game on it? You know, like it has to mean something, and that's just my way of explaining it. But again, you all aren't ready for that yet. um, but yes, let's continue. Like you see how fun this is, like how much conversation this spurs. Um, what is where we? Oh yeah, the next part. Okay. How is your daughter doing? Phineas asked Reuben while Reuben fried the portobello mushroom for Phineas's veggie burger. Reuben shrugged, his black ponytail swaying. Do you want to do Reuben or me?
uh, Up to you.
Your call. If you can voice him by the time I think of a voice for him, you can do him.
I don't have a good voice for him, but I can just do my voice.
Sure. Yeah, you do Reuben.
Still painfully shy.
I could give you a remedy for that. A flower essence called Memulus. Reuben leaned on the counter and cocked his head with a smirk.
What's a flower essence?
He made it clear he was poking fun at the idea. Phineas disregarded Reuben's tone. In the early part of the last century, a homeopath discovered that diluted energies of various plants and flowers had an impact on emotion and the physical body. A flower essence called Memulus transforms fear into strength.
So a flower would make her less shy.
Reuben shook his head and looked up at the ceiling in what Phineas would tell was a now I've heard everything expression. Phineas ignored the dismissal. Not exactly. The energy of a flower would make her more confident. Only a molecule or two of any given flower is suspended in a solution of water and alcohol for each flower remedy.
Oh crap.
Reuben realized he'd burned the mushroom.
Sorry.
He started over.
So is that what you're working on? Flower energies?
Not quite. Phineas straightened and clasped his hands. You see, I'm convinced that agony has a greater energetic radius and power than any other emotion. I've done numerous experiments to measure, capture, contain, and study the leftover emotion embedded into objects that were near a tragedy. My work is focused on the hypothesis that you can take a saturation of agony, add any kind of intelligence, even an artificial one,
Dun dun dun.
and they will combine together. Damn it, I'm sorry. And they will combine together to transmute the energy of emotion into the energy of physical action. This, I believe, is what explains what people would call haunted objects. And I kind of want to pause there to talk about that. So, are you seeing it again, what I'm seeing? Like, are you like you're getting this too, right? I'm not just insane here, right? Like, yeah. What do you think? Like, why is that significant?
Because of agony.
Well, like, in what specific part in there? What did I hone in on there?
AI. The artificial one.
Yeah, saturation of agony. Add any kind of intelligence, even an artificial one. They combine together, and they create a haunted effect without a soul. Is the key part here. Like, rereading what he says, that seems to be what he's saying here. Objects near a trap. Now, whether or not it's actually haunted or not, we don't know, because he still says objects that were near a tragedy, right? So
Yeah.
for all we know, like, whether or not you believe in shattering or not, whether it's a piece of a soul or the whole soul, the fact that these objects are near a tragedy, right? Like that one mirror with the guy that killed his family, right? Like, it's not insane to say maybe a whole soul ended up in there. How, maybe we don't know. Maybe he doesn't know, right? And this stuff with agony is true, but it could also be possessed. But bare minimum, what his work is showing, and why I think we're being told this, is that you don't necessarily need a soul to have something be, or at least appear, haunted.
Yeah. Well, that was like his whole definition of haunted, that it wasn't like something was possessed by a ghost.
Yes.
It was just the agony energizing the object.
Yes, coming from some person at some point. And even, again, like what he's saying with this on that specifically, saturation of agony, add an intelligence, so it can even be a living person, which is also interesting, Michael Afton. Even an artificial one, which is where I think the mimic comes in. They combine together the emotion and energy of physical action. This is, I believe, what people call haunted object. That's why the mimic appears haunted. Like, now he still very well might be also possessed, for what it's worth. But like bare minimum, we're being shown the mechanics here, and it really feels like Scott beating us over the head with a bat. Any kind of intelligence, even an artificial one, guys, pay attention to this, and combine together, and it looks haunted, right? Like, I'm just getting massive M2 vibes here. Like, what are your thoughts on that? Like, is there a chance that the mimic is not possessed at all?
Oh, there's always a chance.
Would you believe it?
Not until I'm shown very clearly.
I mean, like, this is very clearly at least showing the function of it existing in the universe, right? That, like, if Phineas was right in his
Well,
work.
technically, there's a lot more to it once this thing gets going here.
Sure. But, like, and again, we're assuming his hypothesis is right. That you can take agony, add an intelligence, and then it basically appears haunted without being possessed. Like, that's his theory. Whether or not that's true, we don't know for sure. But that's massively fascinating to me that this like the line of like even an artificial intelligence AI, like that's what the mimic program is. Like, this feels again like Scott beating us over the head with that, like connecting this directly to M2. That's at least what this is doing to me. Or, for what it's worth, it could be F10 for all that matter. I don't want it to be, but it could be the same case for her too. Maybe it is just a program mimicking her, and it's just his or her agony poured into it. I fully admit that too. I kind of don't want it to be that, or at least only that, but it is possible. According to this story, it is, at least, possible for something to be haunted without being possessed, is the long and short of what I'm trying to convince you of here. Yeah, if it didn't have any major comments, we can continue. I'll assume yeah. Okay. um.
Oh, I thought you were talking
Well,
to chat.
yeah, that was a question. No. So yeah, I'm assuming we're good. I don't know. Is chat saying anything? Let's see. I'm kind of neglecting you, chat. Let's see. The doll in the Charlie bots is the Ella doll, aka the baby Charlie. It's the thing that gives life to the others. The reason the fourth bot comes to life is because Henry beat it, like Edwin did with the mimic. The doll in the Charlie bots is the Ella doll, aka baby Charlie. Yes, the Ella doll. It's the thing that gives life to the others. Yes, the doll is the possessed thing. The reason the fourth bot comes to life is because Henry beat it, like Edwin did with the mimic. If that's the case, is Charlie in the story like just up and like ambulatory, like just from the robot program in her, but also has her soul in it, kinda, and there's no agony involved, and that's why Circus Baby is different because she has agony in her, I guess. Could be, just my wonderings. Um, but let's continue. Where'd we leave off? Oh yeah, right here. Reuben laughed, shook his head, and managed to properly cook Phineas's portobello.
Where are we?
Weird.
Oh, here we are.
There we are.
No disrespect, Doc, but I'm glad I don't believe in magic. Your flower essences sound like hocus pocus. The rest of that stuff you just said, that's even worse. It's bad mojo.
Maybe, Phineas admitted. But maybe it's the key to understanding the energy of all things. Turn the page. By the time Phineas returned to his lab, the endoskeleton lit up like a Christmas tree when Phineas tested its energy levels. It was ready. Now, he just needed to give it a bit more presence so it could properly express the agony it had soaked in from the other items. Which is also odd, like taking the agony from multiple things and putting him in one thing. Like, where have we heard that
Just
before?
open it up.
Where have we heard that before? Like, taking multiple things and putting them into one thing. That sounds like a Candy Cadet story I've heard before. Uh, moving on. Um, running his hands over the metal skeleton, he reveled in the electric energy dancing at his fingertips. First, ahead, he whispered. Reaching into the first box he'd set on the table, Phineas pulled out a 3-foot-tall white doll covered in drawings done in colored markers. The doll was truly an abomination of decorative overkill. It had rainbow fingertips, green knees, brown smudges on its body and legs, and various bibs and bobs glued to it, one of which appeared to be a smiley face eraser. Uninterested in the doll's body, Phineas grabbed the doll's flat black marker drawn face and pulled it from the doll's neck. He then affixed it to the head to the top. He then affixed the head to the top of the endoskeleton. That's better, he said. Gives you some personality. He reached into the second box. And now for some heart. The item in the second box was an animatronic dog that clearly no longer functioned. Phineas set his shoulders and prepared himself to touch it. The dog was an ugly dog, as ugly as Phineas himself, what with its matted grayish-brown fur, triangle-shaped head, and wide mouth full of sharp teeth. But it wasn't ugly. It was just wrong, somehow. Of all the items in Phineas's collection, he found this dog to be the most menacing. He sensed the dog had been responsible for some powerful agony. He'd never been entirely comfortable having it around, but now he was going to take it apart so it wouldn't be a threat. Using sharp shears, Phineas tore into the dog's fur. Then he used pliers to pull out the wires and circuitry. In minutes, he'd revealed the dog's battery pack, located in the dog's chest where its heart would have been had it been a living dog. lifting the large plastic-encased unit trailing a tangle of entangled wires. There's that word, tangle. Phineas studied the endoskeleton. Where to install it? Phineas dismissed plug-ins in the endoskeleton's head and neck and instead found a suitable port in the endoskeleton's chest. He grinned when he looked at it. Ha! There! Now my Tin Man has a heart, he chuckled. The moment the endoskeleton got its heart, it became more than an endoskeleton. It became an animatronic being of great energy, and it moved. Phineas laughed, genuinely laughed in pure glee. The being of energy reacted to Phineas's laugh by turning to look at Phineas with its black marker eyes. Phineas kept laughing, and then reached out to touch its creator, and the being reached out to touch its creator. Phineas held his breath as the metal fingers met his skin. Then in one crowded instant, three things happened. Phineas saw the being's battery pack pulse bright red. He suddenly sensed danger and attempted to throw up a mental shield. He began to convulse, grabbing his head in an attempt to contain the excruciating pain that annihilated his consciousness. Then that ends, and we'll continue. Although Phineas owned the building where Reuben ran his business, Reuben thought of the cavernous room that held his truck and the picnic tables that surrounded it as his own space. The rest of the building was Phineas's space, and Reuben had never gone into Phineas's space. It wasn't that it was off limits, it simply seemed impolite to wander into Phineas's domain. This afternoon, though, Reuben thought he had to venture into the heart of the old brick building. He was worried about Phineas. In the 2 years since he and Phineas had reached their agreement, Phineas had never missed a meal at Reuben's truck. Today, he had been absent for both breakfast and lunch. Something was wrong. So Reuben went where he'd never gone before, and in minutes, he discovered why Phineas had missed his meals. Phineas was dead. He was not only dead, he was withered into near mummification, his mouth gaping open, his eyes gone. When Reuben found Phineas, he immediately staggered back to his truck. He called the police, who came, investigated, and announced they suspected some kind of electrical discharge killed Phineas. Reuben wasn't so sure. He spent the rest of the day trying not to see Phineas's body in his mind's eye. He didn't want to see that or the weird lab with the wilting exotic flowers. He especially didn't want to see the black tear streaks that had stained the dead scientist's face. That sounds familiar. In the middle of the stack of Phineas's belongings on Flynn's truck, the energetic being lay under a large, heavy tarp that smelled like turpentine. Its metal extremities vibrating with the rumble of the truck engine, the being sat up. Turning, it surveyed its surroundings until its gaze landed on a pile of clothing. The being grabbed a cloak from the pile and slipped it on. And that's where it ends.
The Stitch Wraith.
Yep, this was the creation of the Stitch Wraith. Which is also odd because the Stitch Wraith is kind of our look into Golden Freddy. As a Golden Freddy parallel. So, what'd you think of that story? Why do you think I picked this one out in particular?
I thought you were talking about the one where the lady gets stuck in the fan.
No, that one made me mad.
I was so excited. I'm like, wow, what made him change his mind? He really wants to
No, not that. It's the epilogue at the end of that book. I wanted to show. I'm starting to think that only the epilogues matter in the FNAF books. But yeah, what'd you think of that one?
It's interesting that it really doesn't start moving until there's souls connected, though.
Does it?
Yeah, it's got two souls connected to it, the head and the heart.
Yeah, when the two are combined.
Yeah.
One makes it mean, one gives it life. How does that sound to you?
Strange.
Well, like the agony is what makes it hostile, but you're right in that it needs
Yeah.
souls to become ambulatory. Um, Something else I thought that might be worth noting as well. It's been a single day, and the flowers that he loved, that he took such good care of, are already wilting. That's odd, isn't it? Because this little passage says, yeah, it's just the next day. Spacey had never gone off limits. He was worried about Phineas. Yeah, hang on. This afternoon. Oh yeah, he had never missed a day, and then if he's noting he had missed breakfast and lunch, it must just be that next day. So yeah, within a day, his flowers are already wilting. Isn't that odd? And again, the black tear streaks. Where have we seen that before, VRR?
Many places.
Isn't that interesting? Like, God, not only with the crying child and Charlie and the Nightmarion puppets and the staff bots and security bird, like, God, the black tear streaks seem to come up a lot, don't they? And those nightmare staff bots also have "in your dreams" on your on their chest, don't they? Like,
Yeah, the man in room 1280 and the real Jake tie directly to the epilogue, so you'd have to include those too.
which I do like. There's a lot I kind of borrow from both of those for my theory, by the way. Because I kind of had like the room in 12, the man in room 1280 is like very important with like how it like effectively says like Afton just kind of like explodes, after being wheeled in there, and like Andrew's comments on that after of like, I was a part of him and then I was a part of everything, like, oh, hang on, let's go to chat. What did Glitch say? Black tear streak. The one you should not have killed was in the room. Only the epilogues. Well, there's the room. Yeah, minus those, and like only books that I choose are canon. My name is blank, and I'm friggin' Bakey. um. Yeah, so he died. Like that's about also what I'm wondering too. Like, what can we glean from that revelation, if that is the case? That agony makes something mean, but a soul makes it ambulatory. What can, if that is the case here? How can we apply that to the mimic? VRAR.
Well, I mean,
Granted, though, the pickle in the jar also comes because, like, the Mimic Endo was, like, originally designed to be ambulatory on its own just as a mechanical thing, right? And it also has a program facilitating, like, the ability to do that, like, walk and move around and, like, say things and blah, 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 blah. That's also kind of
but was
muddying...
M2 at that point, though? That's the question.
Right, that's what's kind of muddying the waters here. Like, is it just that, or is, like, the agony making it up and move around, right?
Right, and it wouldn't have agony yet.
Yeah, because he doesn't beat
Unless
it
David
until...
died in, like, a really bad way, then there is the possibility.
I mean, there's like if his soul is shattered, I would make the argument that he did.
But I would argue it wasn't. It was just mimicking him. It seemed like it was chill until he beats it.
I feel like a part of his soul has to be in there by the time he beats it, though.
Yeah, he's literally possessing it in my headcanon.
Well, yeah, and I would agree
Because
with...
that's literally the other part of the real Jake, is that, like, that's why we see the picture that we see in Edwin's house of David with the bot, because he infused it with enough love.
Yes. Well, and that's why later, like, when we see in the game, by the time of 79, like, just in your stream earlier, right? When the possessed Ghost whatever David is giving the line that only M2, that now makes sense. He was already possessing it at that point, and that's just the point where he infused his agony into it and made it mean, is my take. So, like, the long and short of, like, what I'm getting at is, like, David dies, at least a piece of him ends up in M2. Uh, what is it? Edwin ends up beating it, and then by that point, um, after that point, it becomes mean, like we see.
The reason Fredbear's hat turns from purple to black is because the agony of the bite infused with the bear.
I mean that, it could be.
I like
Um,
that.
I do too.
I feel like I watched a video on something like that recently. Can't remember.
Because the puppet didn't
It
get
sounds so familiar.
tear streaks until after Charlie died too. We know that for
Yeah,
sure.
it's like a very consistent thing of like turning some part of a character like to that dark color.
Right. Now, are they physically changed from the agony or the soul? Is a great question. Or the possession.
I mean, this book seems to tie it into the agony, but
Well, oh yeah, and I'm
I
like,
don't know.
it's a function, but it's like that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be that
Yeah,
either. Like, it's just showing this is
right.
another option for it to work, which is why I'm wondering, like, what's the point of bringing this up? What is it the point for Scott to clarify to us that something can be haunted without being possessed? Like, if it doesn't matter with anything we're seeing now with Secret of the Mimic, why did he bring it up in this story? If it's going nowhere. Is just like, why show us this function of like, oh, something can be haunted without being possessed if he's never going to use that? Is just what I'm wondering. And if it's not M2, or at least that's not the situation with M2, which is what we both seem to be arguing, by the way, then what is Scott getting at with this? Like, are we wrong and it's not M2 that he's alluding this to?
I think it's just explaining the agony aspect of it, but that's not like the full part of how a possession works in the series. Like clearly
Right.
it's once the souls are attached that it becomes something more.
Well, and that was
But the
kind of a
agony messes it up.
and that was kind of a subtle segue, and I was going to move that into, like, yes, and we've already seen that with the Tangle. I do not think the Tangle is possessed, but I do think it is an agony creature, and this story has only reinforced that to me. I do think the Tangle is haunted.
Hmm.
I don't think it's possessed. What's your take on that?
Interesting. I don't know if I agree just because of like it doesn't like what is it doing?
Being an agony creature, like what's her face in what's the one where the girl is like
Agony
shaving the thing
creatures
off?
usually seem violent, so I'm like
Yes.
it's I don't know, to me it feels like there's a different reason that it was placed where it was in Security Breach. And the fact that that was near Burn Trap is for a whole different reason.
Like what
But
what's your hand? Like
what
that fits
so
perfectly to me. Cause
so what where is it getting like those character pieces like
just like
what
Taggart was, and like we see in Security Breach, right?
was
It's
like
like
going around
slithering, yeah, throughout the place and like grab it, like it's infused these things into its Tangle body, right? Of like parts or like casing parts, from the MCI and like all the events before. It's like gathering as like a giant snowball down a hill of agony is what seems to be what's happening with the Tangle. And as
I
of Ruin, it's
suppose.
still canon. Well, and like, cause like that's like if like this story is not referring to M2, my
Because
next
technically, like, Burn Trap would be a heavily agonized thing. Like, it would have to be. And so if Tangle, like, grabs Burn Trap, that feels like it's... I guess I could see that work. Yeah.
Now, whether it's
Okay.
trying to get the agony or it's like also like just genuinely furious with Afton, either or. Um,
That's true because the other soul that's, but then wouldn't it have to be possessed? Because like
Not
the
necessarily.
the other soul of the Stitch Wraith is like killing people because it's mad at Afton and like it's just angry.
Repeat that.
I don't know.
Like,
Like it's a vengeful spirit. It's like an already angry kid that wants revenge. Like so by that logic, wouldn't Tangle have to be possessed to be moving around like that? Because agony by itself doesn't seem like it makes things. Well, I guess no, because the whole
the
snow for ice thing. I
story
don't know.
as well seems to contradict
Ah,
that. That the story itself right here, like earlier in here, I'll flip back to it, like outright said, like, yeah, no, something doesn't need to be possessed to be haunted and move around. It
right, but
just
none of those are like physically getting up and moving places. They're like very limited in what they can do. Like a chair that can move a little bit. It's not like these are full blown like walking around like the endo is. Like you'd have to amass a ton of it first, I guess.
weren't possessed by
So
go.
something would have had to make Tangle, right? If something like created the Tangle and then it's like amassing more, because I don't get like how it's moving on its own, I guess. Like where did it get all of this? How did it become this big pile of
Like, what is
whatever?
the origin creation point of the
Yeah,
tangle?
like well that's what I'm saying. Like the I don't see the blob as just agony because I think it has souls.
I feel like it would have been made more clear to us if there were souls in there, like having all the masks like be unlit and like again specifically making a new model of the puppet's mask for the tangle specifically without its
Yeah.
tear marks really feels like them telling us like yeah there's no spirits here, everyone moved
But
on.
that also feels like the opposite of agony then, because the tear marks were caused by agony. So why would it be an agony
It was
creature?
Charlie's agony, but that agony might have dissipated when she moved on, possibly. We don't know exactly how it works or if like
Or
agony can be dissipated.
maybe it's not agony, maybe it's like remnant.
But the remnants seem to be handled by then, or at least from the MCI.
Remnant's like the positive version, so like the love and whatnot. It's still a powerful emotion.
I didn't think remnant
I don't
like
know.
was just the ground up soul metal stuff, not necessarily like with love. Um,
That's what I was just saying. Like Glitch is saying to counter agony with love. I'm only half joking. Yeah, because that's what he was saying in the book too. Is like he was like, it's not as strong as agony, but it is still technically strong then by that.
yes.
Okay,
Um,
that's fair. Pit Bonnie is like, if the Pit Bonnie's an agony creature, then it works fine that Tangle is an agony creature.
that's an
I don't,
excellent point too.
I don't see it as that, but I would just be curious, like, where the origin then.
The agony of the MCI. How about that? Their souls
So the
moved on,
MCI
but
did
their
not
agony
move
did.
on
Their
then.
souls did, but their agony didn't.
How does that work?
From the story here, like you don't need the soul or the
But it has
haunted
to be a very specific temperature, or else everything's null.
from remnant, yes, but agony is separate from remnant.
No, no, no. He mentions that in this. Here, let me see if I can find it. Let's see.
Yeah, you can take a saturation of agony, add any kind of intelligence, even an artificial one. They combine together, transmute the energy of emotion into the energy of physical action. This is what I think people call haunted objects. And that might not be M2, that might be the Tangle, is just what I'm wondering now. Because, like, Scott is trying to tell us something with, like, this. There's no way this goes nowhere. Like, this feels so pointed. Like, all these little mentions of, like, artificial intelligence and then, like, having the endoskeleton come in. Like, this really feels like Scott beating us over the head with something.
Oh, never mind. It was just about the transfer of energy. if you used a blue light, then it might like distort the field. Never mind. I guess that's sort of something else.
Yeah. Um, the Eladol and the other Charlie bots were infused with Henry's love. The fourth Charlie was infused with his agony. Okay, yeah. Um, and that's what, like kind of what I'm getting from this story as well is that agony makes something like mean or bad or evil or whatever, but a soul is what really gets it up and moving. Like when it's actually possessed to some degree.
But I suppose if there's enough agony, I'm just like curious the origin of this thing, like where this big pile came from.
My,
Because by all definitions, that Freddy mask should have been completely burned in the FNAF 6 fire, the
I mean, hell, it
Funtime
probably
Freddy.
was, and it was probably purged and cleansed of all its remnant. But that doesn't mean the agony moved on. Like we've
But
roughly
that
know.
mask should not be there. Like that head should be completely melted.
I mean, by that metric, William should have been a pile of goo on the ground after 3-2 if we're gonna go that far. I mean, like, yeah, a lot of stuff should be destroyed too in the fire. Like, is it possible that it, like, kind of survived it? Like, I'll go with that.
I
Would
don't know.
be
I just
my.
think like we literally see like the stuff melting in the last frames of it, so it's like it wouldn't look like how it looks. They would have had to get it from a different Funtime character, which there probably are multiple of the endos down there, and if they all had the same routine every
Yeah,
week,
and
I suppose they
maybe
would all still have agony. So I
it
guess
was
that
just
works.
drawn to a recreation. I mean, we also got to remember the AR service was up for years by the time of Security Breach. Maybe that Tangle Pile just grabbed a Funtime Freddy mask from one of those, for all we know.
I still think Tangle's connected to F10 though, and that's why it's like in front of before you go down to Burn Trap.
It's
Tangle
what?
prevents Burn Trap from leaving. Yeah, M1 wants to keep M2 in one spot. So with Burn Trap, if they were using the actual M2 endo, that's kind of more of my thinking with it.
Tango prevents Burn Trap from leaving. Yes, M1 wants to keep M2 in one spot. That's cool. Interesting.
That's more of where my mindset is with it, but dang it, I don't really have a good counter for the agony either.
Right,
To
because,
quote you, why not ball?
well, yeah, as I like saying a lot, right? Like,
Like,
and
wait a minute.
I'm just saying, like, that's what I think is going on with M2. But, like, with the Tangle, like, I think, like, this is what the reason is for seeing this in this story. Like, Scott, like, would not put this in here if it's going nowhere. Like, all this story feels very important. Like, laying all this out with agony and, like, like, it even, like, it kind of touches on possession, but, like, going, like, very rarely in a story, as far as I'm aware, do we get, like, so much info so quickly.
Well,
Like,
yeah, and we got like the origin of the possession stories from the other characters, kind of. So like the real Jake is where that how that possession works, and
yes.
then like bringing it into this agony-filled creature is like the end result, kind of.
Right, so maybe, like, it kind of explains M2, but, like, that's what I'm wondering here. Like,
For me, it fully explains them too.
well, not fully if it's also possessed, as you've
Fully
been
for me,
arguing.
yeah. No, the real Jake explains the first part of it. That with all the love that David gave that endo, it then becomes possessed by him after he dies. And so that's the first part that the real Jake and whatnot tells. And then the agony part is like the story we just read on what happens to it next. So for me, it's like the perfect win-win.
So wait, walk me through that? Bear with me.
So the real Jake story, kid
Okay,
dies, and with
okay.
the object that is that this what's his face scientist guy connects together,
Yes.
he's putting that real Jake onto that endo, like it's part of that endo. So that soul from that object that was, I think the quote is like, if you infuse an object with enough love and intention, then like will it have life? And so that
Oh, so
its
Jake was
soul,
possessing the doll
yes.
at the
So
end of the story here. Okay.
that thing that he collected was possessed. Like it was a soul, and that's the soul that like goes on into
Oh.
the Stitch Ray. So that's like how I see the whole mimic thing happening is David possesses that endo because of all the love he put into it, and I think that's why we see the picture of David and the endo there. Like it's giving us that context to be like, oh, okay.
Well, and that would make sense because, like, bare minute from what the story shows, like, his mom, like, I'm pretty confident his mom's soul was in it, or bare minimum, it was like mimicking her for years, right? And like
I guess
as
my oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, just I was just gonna say, like as a kid, it makes sense to me, like, oh, why he's emotionally attaching himself to this thing.
Yeah. Wakelet said there are wires that connect all over the Pizzaplex. The tangle is made of wires.
Correct.
F1014 and Secret of the Mimic is plugged into the MCM system.
Correct.
I like that idea. So essentially, like the other reason that I'm banking on that, my explanation of how the Mimic is possessed is because from all the evidence I can find, Edwin was not going to make David into the Mimic. Like, there's no reason that it would start mimicking David when he's already dead. Like, that's just weird.
Well, no.
Unless you
What do
think
you mean? That was the whole point.
that he was trying to create a David, I think he was
Well,
never
yeah,
did.
he was. Well,
And so the fact that it did is like,
that's what I
that's
think
really
the.
weird.
Well, yeah, that's what I think the whole point of him making M2 was for, was to do specifically that, to be a vessel for David, but it's a failed vessel. After
And I
he
don't
beat
think he
it.
ever did that. Like he very clearly did not want to do that
Well, then why did he make M2 in the first place?
for Fazbear.
No, he told Fazbear to kick rocks. Remember?
Later, but not at first.
Why would he? Where's the causal point for him changing his mind? Where do we see that?
Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
Because I have no memory of him saying like, "Oh yeah, I'll make this thing for you or sell it to you." I do remember him saying like, "Oh, they can't have it. Every copy has failed." I don't even know why it worked the first time, but it did. It's just not ready. Like I
Yeah,
remember.
it's just not ready. What would that have to do with David? He's not. He doesn't want to make David. He wouldn't leave an audio recording talking about making David.
Well, yeah. At that point, it's just the endo.
I don't think he ever tried to make an endo for David though.
Every copy has failed. What does he mean by that then? I don't even know why it worked the first time, but it did. What did he mean by that
Now he
then?
was going to sell it.
Edwin beat M2 because it was acting like David. One way or another, it learned to mimic David. I think it's because he was getting it to like guide at least a piece of his soul into the thing to possess it, but that's just me. Which is again a repeat of what I think he did with M1, but again, like this is also my insane theory that there's two endos, which I still stand by the way.
Yeah, that's that's where it gets too confusing to keep discussing because neither of us agree on that.
Well, like, and you again, you wonder why nobody does videos on Secret of the Mimic.
They
Like,
need to just go with their perspective and make them anyway.
right, well, like, my thing is just like if there's two endos, like this becomes so much easier to explain. Like not only just for the Mimic Houdini stuff, but just like all of this as well. Like if there are two. And Phazant did not start its hostile takeover until after M2 came into existence. Wrong. Specifically, after Edwin told them, no, they can't have it. Then they say, oh, okay, we're just going to take you over. Before that, when they were still working on that project together, they had no intention of taking it over. Because again, remember, Fiona was still alive by the time of the Fazbear collab project. You remember that? And how I was like, whoa, how did I forget about this? Because that kind of screwed with my timeline for a minute. Where, well, when I was thinking of putting it into it, but like, how did that make sense? Like, Fiona still being alive by the time that Fazbear's trying to work with them for the Goose Chase project. Like, that doesn't make sense. She would be alive for way too long. But it's like, oh, maybe they weren't trying to, like, hostily take over at first. Maybe they were genuinely just using them like a contractor, right? And it only morphed into that later after they found out about M2 from Ralph, in my opinion. They approached him over it, and Edwin said no. Now, why that is, we can kind of get into the weeds on, but, like, that's the rough timeline of events, in my opinion.
Dang it, where are those audio logs? I have them written out somewhere. Where did I put them?
My name is Bredwin. I made the pizza. But yeah, like, we can all agree on that, yeah, like, after, yeah, bare minimum after it came into existence, but specifically after they said, or Edwin said, no, you can't have it. Yeah, they were working together as normal, and then M2 comes in. Edwin says no. Fazbear becomes the guy from the movie The Founder. Yes, that's the rough timeline I'm working with. And that threw me for a loop when I first, like, noticed that, like, going back to Secret of the Mimic, like, whoa, how is Fiona alive for this long? Because I thought the Goose Chase project was, like, after Edwin tells them no, and they're like, okay, now we need to take this over. No, I guess they were just working together before. And it only morphed into that after they found out about M2 and wanted it. And he said no. I don't even know why it worked the first time, but it did. It's just not ready. It's referring to M2, which again, from the previous sentence, also implies there's an M1 endo, but I'll also kind of just throw that there for what it's worth.
Well, those are just the programs.
There are programs and there are endos, yes. Now, which anybody is referring to at any given moment, yeah, I agree, is also massively annoying. Well, because, like, was Edwin at least not trying to coax her soul into M1? Whatever you think M1 is, was that not what he was trying to do with that audio tape down in R&D? With the 4625, a number we keep getting over and over again, by the way. Because I believe that's to draw us attention to that audio tape. Jackie the guy. What if Edwin was William after? Oh, hey, another guy. Yeah, no, that was my original very bad theory. I know. Haha. I get it. They shouldn't have given Edwin a purple bow tie if they didn't want me to think that, but whatever. And made him look pretty similar to his book appearance. And Henry's, by the way. God, all three of those men are very similar, aren't they? That's odd, too. That's another video I need to do, by the way. Why are all three of these men so similar, VR? Isn't that odd? Read the best FNAF book, Bleeding Heart. I have not heard of that one. But yeah, like that's the long and short of what I think this story is trying to show, is that somewhere in the FNAF universe, not just in this book, there's going to be an example of something that is haunted but not possessed. And if it's not M2, I'm starting to make the argument that what if it's the Tangle? And if it's not either, then what is it? Like, because clearly, like, Scott is setting this up for a reason, that something can be haunted without being possessed. But if that goes nowhere, what's the point? What's the point of Scott making this story to show us this? Because if you, and I agree with you that I don't think that's the case with M2. I think it's both haunted and at least partially possessed. So the mimic's out. But if you're also saying the Tangle isn't an agony creature, it's also possessed, to at least to some degree, then it's out too. Well, then I'd have to ask you, Vrart, like, where does this story beat fit in? Something being haunted without
I
being
mean, I don't
possessed.
think the Fazbear fights were necessarily written for Secret of the Mimic. I think he's just pulling some ideas from it.
Sure. Well, where is the payoff for this, then, is my question. Like, where do we see in FNAF, outside of this idea of something being haunted without being possessed? Presumably by agony. Glitch is making the argument of the tiger. What's your thought, VRR?
I also think the tiger is an agony creature.
The white tiger?
Yeah.
The Fredbear plush. That's interdasting. That's extremely interesting, actually. Hang on, I really like that. Hang on. Hang on. Shit. Hang on. That's really good. The Fredbear plush. Oh god. Hang
That
on.
laugh. Do it again.
Hang on. Oh my god, that's a well, hang on. Think about that. The Fredbear plot, because William is speaking through it. Like, we know that for sure with the walkie scene. Like, that's why Scott made that for, what is it, Sister Location, to show us that was happening to a degree. But FNAF World also shows us that that wasn't the only case, because it's like Fredbear, the Fredbear plush is like speaking from like two different perspectives from one body. So it's like, and again, he was like crying around and like next to this thing. Surely he would cry into, like, what if David was like pouring, or Dave, what if, the crying child, whoever you call it, that kid. What if Dave was also pouring his agony into the Fredbear plush? So William was speaking through it, but it was also his agony speaking through it too. That's bananas, but that's awesome. What do you think of that, VRR? I really like that.
It's quite interesting.
Oh my god, come on. You just say it's awesome. Like, it fits perfectly. It's like, oh, and that's why in FNAF World it sounds so different. Like, it's like effectively working against William at the same time, like William's clearly speaking through it at the end. Like, I will put you back together, not we will put you back together. Isn't that odd? Like, yeah, no. That's I really like that glitch. Like, I've got to credit Glitch with that idea in the future. Like, that's awesome. And like the tiger as well. Crying Tiger was tormented all the time. The friend was with him all the time. Yeah, I 100% agree. But like the white tiger though. Now, are you referring to like the white tiger plush in Secret of the Mimic, or like the white tiger apparition thing we see throughout the facility? Or are they both? Would be my question for you, Glitch. Um, but yeah, no. I guess that'd be to yeah, like to ask you that question, like if it's not M2 that this like universe function is referring to, and I agree with you on that, but it's also not the Tangle, then what is Scott pointing us towards in this story with this little element here of like you can just have agony and something is haunted? Like, where do you think he's trying to tell us with that? VRAR?
Oh, I thought you were asking.
Well, no, I was asking you. Like, what do you think?
Repeat.
Um, what like if it's not M2, which I agree with you with at this point,
I
and it's not the Tangle like you just argued, then what is
it
Scott
have
trying to say with you can have a haunted thing, but it's not possessed? From what Phineas is saying here, like, why is Scott showing us this if it goes nowhere?
well, it does immediately go somewhere. It shows two souls that are like dealing with this humongous amount of agony infused into their endo. It's like for me, like that is like where it's going. Like that's the point of it.
To show that a soul has possessed an object, and but it also has to deal with someone else's agony in it.
Well, like for me, it's like none of his work really matters until the souls are there. Like, sure, he has all this agony, and it's like the endo's lighting up like a Christmas tree, but like nothing happens until the souls are added. So it's like the souls are the important part for me.
Maybe it needs to hit a critical mass of agony before it can become ambulatory on its own.
Yeah, and that could be. I feel like the Silver Eye trilogy did a really good job of like showing agony. So I guess that's more of my takeaway from it. And then the Fazbear fights were just like kind of an expansion of it.
Lit up like a Christmas tree, it gathered agony, it soaked it in from other items.
You know, like it soaks in all the agony. It's
Yes.
more just like a recurring theme of FNAF, I guess. Like we're seeing that kind of thing over and over where different characters have agony infused into them. Maybe it's just explaining agony. I don't know.
Dolls are abomination of a decorative overkill. And you're right, like it's only after this it starts to like reach out and like, huh.
Like the agony is important, but it's like a part of it.
I
It's not the whole part of it, I guess, for me.
I really would have wished like it became ambulatory before the soul pieces got put on it, but damn it.
Well, like the chair does rock back and forth, and the doll's eyes and stuff do move. It's just like it's not as significant until the souls are there.
Or guided even.
But we do have like into the pit where there's literally like
Well, yeah, the yellow rabbit does not. That
so
is
it's
not
not like
William.
agony doesn't matter. I just
Right.
feel like
Well, and that's just what
and
I
then like
wonder. Like, do you have
the
to hit
other
like
main villain from Fazbear Frights that's literally soaking up agony like it's juice.
right? Like that's just what I want. Do you have to hit like an insane critical mass of agony before it can like approach the, I guess, relative power level of a soul for it to then become
Well,
ambulatory
it
and
feels
move
like they're
around?
going somewhere with that whole character.
Right,
What's her
because
face in the books?
right, like I'm just trying to
Can
figure
never
like
remember her stupid name.
the specific thing of like where was it? Da, da, da.
Eleanor, Eleanor.
Eleanor.
But isn't she like literally just an agony creature? Like she's
Yes, Eleanor
literally
is.
just agony, and she's very like conscious and she's very aware. So maybe that was what it was leading up to, was just like her character, and she's like a very powerful agony creature.
Yes. Well, and I get that's an amazing point actually. Eleanor in the book shows us for sure, at least in the
Yes,
universe,
glitch. Yes.
um, like you can have an intelligent entity without a soul in
Yeah,
Eleanor.
maybe like that's part of what they're going for, and just like showing how it
How
functions
Eleanor does
versus like
that.
having a soul.
Well, then I get like that just leads me to the next question. Like, what's the point of introducing that mechanic for Eleanor? Like, what's the point of Eleanor too? Like, where does that go? Like, how do we use that and like connect it to the games at all? Because like, if you can, it's just oh, that's cool for the book. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, what does it matter if it doesn't connect? Right? It's just what I
Well, the
wonder.
character doesn't have to connect, but a lot of the
Well,
ideas
no, no. Like
can connect.
Eleanor doesn't have to exist in the games at all, but like that function of like an entity existing and being
Yeah,
intelligent without a soul, like
yeah,
that's just what I'm saying. Like if this is just the backstory for Eleanor, that's fine. But then it's just like, what's the point of Eleanor if she doesn't connect to the game? It's like somehow, right? Like that's
yeah.
just what I'm hung up on. Like
So you're just like, what in-game character was this like leading us up to, kind of?
right, like what's the payoff for this in the game? Like what how does this connect? Like and it might just be like a thing for like the tangle or like showing how things like with M2 like oh, it is possessed but it also has agony in it. And same thing you might say with the tangle. Oh, it's possessed but it also has agony in it. Like maybe it is that, but like I'd really feel better if there was something in the games we could point to say, "Oh yeah, there's no soul there, but this thing's definitely haunted." I mean, can we think of any examples like that? Are there any examples in the
Glitch said
games?
Shadow Freddy.
God damn it. He might be right. God damn it. The shadow. We might finally have an answer for the shadows. Damn it. Yeah, yeah,
I
like
feel
I
like the
just said.
shadows have to be agony just because they're just.
There's really
It's like
nothing
they always
else.
describe it as the really dark black tears and stuff, and it's like that sounds like very much like the shadows.
Well, like, there's what else could they be, right? Like, there's no way they're sold because people have tried to put them in timeline where there are like extra kids we just don't see or like time shenanigans or something because like by the time the shadows pop up, there should only be like well, presuming right, presuming that that was a shadow outside of Michael's window. And presuming that it, like, I think it is in Midnight
Yeah, I'm also
Motorist.
curious, like, how did William figure out how to use an agony creature to like lead the animatronics to a specific spot for him to like ambush them?
He did a lot of experiments for a year, and this is what I think the
And why doesn't Shadow Bonnie do that? Like, why is Shadow Bonnie like good?
is it good?
It sure seems like it's good with the helping with the happiest day. Maybe that's what it's showing. That just because you're and literally infused with agony, you're attached to it. That doesn't mean you have to be bad because like those souls are very different in how they're reacting in the Stitch Wraith, but they both technically are attached to that endo. I don't know. Yeah, I was just thinking of the hide and seek story. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, with the actual agony. Shadow Bonnie's literally an actual agony creature, Glitch said.
Yes. Just negative. It can
But at
be.
that point, it's like it's not agony if it's good. But I'm curious if like that's what Shadow Bonnie is. Like I guess it's kind of bad in that story, but it's not necessarily bad in Happiest Day. Unless Happiest Day is just a scam.
I. I really don't want it to be because that would kind of ruin like the fucking lore we've got. Like, because it's like, what was the point of anything we saw before? Like,
I have a
Scott
horrible answer for that.
wouldn't rug pull us that hard with that. Like, what have I said before? Like, I'm confident Henry's moved on. I'm confident Charlie's moved on.
That must
Maybe.
be nice. I wish
Maybe.
I was.
I know for sure Henry's moved on. Like, he wouldn't just bring him back. Michael hasn't. I want Charlie to emote like, and I immediately stop myself. It's like I'm like 75% sure that the Night Marion stuff in Security Breach like is just her agony. I'm like 75% sure that Charlie has moved on and that's just her agony. Um, is there a chance her soul could be involved? I don't fucking know. Maybe because like there's also the weird stuff with like like what's up with the circus baby plushies in ruin with like the one eye's blue, one eye's green, and like they're both missing an eye, and it's like they're clearly haunted, and you hear her laugh when they disappear. Like I don't fucking know, man. Like Elizabeth might not have moved on. Okay, how about? All right, yeah. Never mind. I'm better. But like Charlie, I'm like 90% sure has moved on on the
Which I
spot.
hate that story. It makes me sad.
Um. But I really don't think Elizabeth moved on, or at least there's a better chance for Elizabeth to have not moved on than Charlie. What do you think about that?
I don't think either of them did, but yeah.
That's just so fucking redundant. That if like none of them did, like what's the
And they
point?
shouldn't have dragged them into Ultimate Custom Night, and I wouldn't have any issues.
I don't know if that's actually them in Ultimate Custom. Not that might all just be like Cassidy's like manipulations in her own little like created world.
Right, so Cassidy's just gonna say that random crap that has nothing to do with anything. I don't know.
Well, no, just like that. If that's what that actual character would have said, why not? If she's emulating them. Um,
It doesn't seem like it.
and it might not be. It would just be a lot cleaner to me if it's like, oh, it's just Cassidy and William in there.
It'd be nice to not have a humongous spiritual warfare going on in the Pizzaplex, but I don't know.
Right, like we're effectively playing like Smash with souls, like in Cassidy's little created world with William there too. Like, it'd be easier. Like, I kind of don't want it to be, but like, we know how that works as an excuse. But like,
Do you remember where the other streams where Memory and God Victim was brought up with CC seeing stuff and his thoughts affecting the real world? Yeah, I hate that theory, but it's intriguing.
remembering God, victim of crying Chelsea, thoughts affecting the world.
Is that the same
I'd
book
need
you
to see it
mentioned
again.
earlier?
What was that?
Glitch. The Field book. Was that the same book you mentioned earlier?
Oh yeah, it was
Also,
one
have you read it? Do you recommend it? Should I read it?
by someone named Mick Taggart, like Phineas Taggart, talks about emotions and cognitive thought affecting the physical world. What a callback! If that's what this is also story's also doing. Um, I don't know. Like, I'm just really hung up on the point that like, why is Scott like telling us in this story that like, oh yeah, something can be haunted and intelligent and like move around like and all this stuff and it doesn't need a soul, but it can still be haunted. Like, why are we being told that if it's like all the
That's how you
examples?
gather and extract agony.
Sure, but
It's
like,
like origin story of
why do we
agony.
need to know that like, oh, something can be haunted on its own though? Like, you can show how it's gathered and harvested and like moved without like also saying like, oh yeah, like it can be effectively be like, well, like you pointed, like this effectively leads to like, oh, this is how Eleanor works, right? Because she doesn't have a soul, right?
Right.
And if this is just the backstory for her, then I guess that's like my next like, what do we glean with Eleanor? Like, what's the point of her as a character?
Having a villain.
Well, that's just what I'm wondering. Like, infinite, like if that's a function in the books, like you can have a character like Eleanor who's just this agony creep, which again, like you, what is it? Glitch pointed out. Same with the yellow rabbit in Into the Pit. Like that's also very clearly just an agony creature, right? Or do you think there's a soul in the yellow rabbit?
Not currently, but I haven't read the End of the Pit books in a long time. I've only played the game recently.
Same.
So I am not a good expert on Into the Pit.
When you play,
Because
like,
then I merge them because there's the the interactive one and there's the regular story.
like, from what I remember from the game at least, the yellow rabbit didn't strike me as like it just struck like, oh, this is an agony creature, like full stop.
That's what it seems like. It's weird that it comes into the like his world.
I wonder why it does too.
That whole story is just weird.
It is because it's like
I need to reread it. I actually really like that book.
because it's
And I
like
think I actually know where I put that one.
why is it chasing after like him and his dad? Well, it might have just been chasing after him, but grabbed it. Like, why is it after any? Is it just like violent in general? Just kind of like being violent to any living thing near it, basically. Which is also odd because that seems to be what the Tangle's doing. Because it's like, why would it be mad at Gregory? Gregory. But it absolutely will kill Gregory if you get out of Freddy close to it, right?
Yep.
That's also an excellent point. Like maybe it is an agony creed. Like if it's just like violent to anything in general.
Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with Into the Pit to really like, say much yet.
Sure. And granted, I haven't read him either. It's just I remember playing Into the Pit, and it's like that sure did not strike me as anything but an agony creature, especially with like the black goo falling from its eyes at the end. Like that does not scream remnant to me. That screams agony. Um, and if that is the case, I'm just saying, like we've got an example in the books with Eleanor. We've got one in the games, or at least a game that might be its own continuity. I think it with the Yellow Rabbit. Like is there anything in the mainline game series that could also be just an agony creature?
Besides the shadows, I don't know.
Well, and I mean that's a good point as well. Like the shadows alone would prove that it's already happened in the game's timeline. What's wrong with saying there's another?
Glitch, was it you that brought up the idea that the well, I don't know who it is, but assuming it's like a shadow of Edwin, could that literally be like an agony shadow? Because that concept's so intriguing to me. Someone brought that up recently, and I was like, what if it is literally like just a shadow, like Shadow Freddy or Shadow Bonnie, and it's not like a literal character? I hope it's like an actual like Edwin or something, but I'm very intrigued by that. If it's literally just like a shadow or an agony shadow or whatever. Or Koopa Koopa. Take the concept you had with the mimic being infused with agony and possessed and apply that to Golden Freddy. Dun, 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 dun.
Wait, repeat that.
Glitches sending you messages in the chat.
Oh, let me go back to reading. Let's see. Book the field. Navigate. Tagger count. Yeah, and I said that earlier. The concept of the field, I think, just straight up brought up in fetch. The ball pit is infused with agony. They bring this up in the other epilogues. Agony is very important. If Eleanor is an agony creature, if the yellow rabbit in Into the Pit is an agony creature, I'm just making the argument that the Tangle might be an agony creature for the games. Because, like, I don't think it's M2. I think M2 has agony in it, but I don't think it's just that. I think it's possessed and has agony, which is not the same thing. Because, like, in this story, it specifies. Now, I was trying to find this spot where it's like, you can have any intelligence, even an artificial one. You know, like, that felt very pointed. Um,
Then if you take the concept
mm-hmm.
that you had with the mimic being infused with agony and possessed, then
Yes.
apply that to Golden Freddy.
Yes.
The reason Golden Freddy can teleport and become a giant head is because of the agony. And what other character acts like very similar to Golden Freddy?
The Stitch Wraith?
The tiger.
And the tiger. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Golden Freddy is proof that spirits can affect the literal world. A lot of these I'm just reading from Glitch. Tiger thing
Okay.
I added.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at chat as it goes on. Herm.
But would that not also mean that the crying child is Golden Freddy? Like, would it not? Because it's all of his agony, like in the plush and whatnot. Unless the like one you should not have killed really like had a Golden Freddy plush too or something.
I mean, it's.
I'm just spitballing. I don't know.
I mean, really, I think all three of them were the same character at one point. But that's just my take on what I think the retcon is. But you know, whatever. I mean, I'll never not get over like the puppet leaned like hunched over exactly like the crying child and pouring tears, like just like the crying child was in the next game in FNAF 4, right? Like that's a little too much of a coincidence. If we were to do the same thing, I don't know if I like that, but like it could be how it's working. But like,
so that would mean someone had to die before Crying Child, though, right?
if it's agony, no.
Oh,
Like no one can die before David. Or well, Dave, except David and Fiona.
wait, but then why would it be just from his crying? I guess.
Yeah, his agony. He poured his agony into the plush.
Okay. But they're just like. Well, I guess that would still work because it's not hostile towards him. Because I was gonna say that like Henry in the books is pouring his tears into the doll, and the doll itself wasn't hostile. Okay, yeah, that works. That works. I'm tracking.
Maybe that you're right. Maybe that's what it is. This
My marble brain is finally catching up. Guys.
calcified pineal glands. Like, yeah, that maybe that's what this is like. Maybe that's why Scott made this story, and Eleanor for that reason, is to show us like what in the hell is actually going on with the Fredbear plush. Like, what if that's what it's for? Because like you brought it, like people were wondering for years, like, oh, like this Fredbear plush, it's clearly intelligent. And, like, sure, I would say, like, yeah, a good bit of the time it's probably William speaking through him, but, like, it's clearly not at the same time if you
Yeah,
look
like
at FNAF
realistically,
World.
there's no way it could be in all those places. Like it wouldn't know exactly where Crying Child's going to go.
Exactly. And, like, it answers, like, why it seems to be teleporting and in things that don't make sense, but it also makes sense of, like, why it changes what it sounds like when it's talking to him, right? Like, sometimes it sounds like, oh, yeah, this is William talking to, like, I will put you back together, right? Like, that's William.
Yeah.
And then other times it's like, oh, no, it's this other entity, like, you're still your friends. You still believe that, right? Like, it's bouncing between, and, like, that explains that, too. The Fredbear plush became an agony creature.
Does that mean Golden Freddy is just agony? So like that can't be right though.
In my opinion, no. I still lean
But
on
that feels like the
dual
logical
possession.
conclusion from that. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. I may not be like following the train of thought quite right. Or would it just be the plush?
I think it's just the plush as of now. Now, I don't know, could Golden Freddy, the animatronic, have agony in it? I don't know, maybe.
Like it
Uh,
kind of be like how the tiger could be an agony creature. It's just like it's a projected version of like the agony of the plush or something.
the
But the tiger is a little different than Golden Freddy's. I don't know.
White Tiger to me, no, just because it knows things. The White Tiger has to know things that both David and M2 would know. Because, like,
Yeah,
in
so
that
it is
underground
different than
section,
Golden Freddy,
yeah, like in the
but it's
basement,
like it's kind of similar though. Sorry, go
yes,
ahead.
similar. Well, and I was just saying, like, that, like, we know that because from the basement section, right? It's giving things that only both would know. And it's like, how does that make sense if it's just an agony creature, right? Oh, hey, there's Bronze. Hello. Oh,
Hi,
goodness.
Bronze.
I'm
Bronze,
not.
get in here if you're able.
Yeah, I'm not dead yet. We're going insane right now. Um, Golden Freddy could be a Stitch Wraith situation. It's
Yeah, that's
possessed
what I was just gonna say. Like, I feel that's the logical conclusion that
by spirit, but
I would go with, since we literally have someone called the one you should not have killed, and then have like Golden Freddy at the end of the game and whatnot.
did
Okay, I think I'm following now.
did the crying child infuse his agony into Golden Freddy as he was being like shoved into it by Michael and his friends?
Very possible, because all the tears and whatnot.
That was just me like spitballing out of the blue. Like that's like to explain like oh how does agony get into Golden Freddy in the first place? Well, it might have been
Or
from the
Bronze.
same time he was about to possess it, right? Like
Yeah.
as Michael and his friends are like pushing like, "Hey, give Golden Freddy a kid." Like the kid's terrified. He's like probably in agony, right? It makes like, oh, as he's being held up to the thing, he's pouring his agony into this animatron. Okay. Yeah, okay. It could like so yeah, Golden Freddy could be both to me. Golden Freddy could be both infused with agony and also possessed.
Because agony isn't exclusive to just like agony creatures. Like even Jackie is like bleeding agony out of its eyes. It's like, and that's like an actual endoskeleton. It's not just like an agony created creature.
Is it? Oh, wait, Moon.exe. It was always so weird to me that like you destroy Jackie and like the evil is
Yeah,
gone
only
forever.
Jackie.
And it's only her. All the others like you reform or fix or and like help move on or whatever. Jackie you destroy. Why? This would explain that.
What about the brown hat in the FNAF 3 minigame? Brown is Remnant. Expand on that if you can, good sir.
Please do. Purple hat to black hat is all I say. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Jackie has the black tears. Yes, yes, yes. I'm really digging this idea. Okay. So, like,
I
are
do
we?
think rereading this has greatly helped me like reestablish what I think agony is.
Good. Like, I guess like.
Brown just gives me Remnant vibes. I love it. Let's go.
So yeah, black is spirits, brown is agony. I guess. Um. So are we all on the same page that like the game's equivalent of an agony creature is the Fredbear plush? Because that's where I'm at this point.
I can really see that being the case, but I still think someone died before CC, and they're part of
Well,
what's going
yeah,
on.
there were. Both David and Fiona died before
No.
Dave. I mean, did they not? They both did die before
Yes,
him.
they did, but they're not in the Fredbear blood.
Well, yeah, I mean, other than William in agony, there's nothing in the Fredbear flesh. And the shadows are also agony creatures. How? I have no fucking idea because, what is it? if we take Midnight Motorist at face value, there has to at least be one, uh, like after the crying child death. So like,
I guess this is part of what I don't get. Why are there like full blown shadow characters
apparitions,
if
right?
those are agony, but then we have like projections of in color characters that aren't just a shadow, like they're literal characters. So like at that point it starts not feeling as coherent to me, I guess.
Maybe
Like,
it truly is a power scaling kind of thing. Like,
I mean, it could.
agony has to have so much before it can be up and moving in its own entity, and further than that, it has to have even more agony to be like intelligent, like we see in Eleanor, and somewhat with the Fredbear plush.
And maybe because there's also a soul in Golden Freddy.
Well, yeah, there's two souls in Golden Freddy.
Is there though?
I'm pretty sure there is. Otherwise,
Wait,
what's
so
the fucking point of
the
the
one you
Stitch
should have
Raid
killed.
story?
Who's the other one?
The Crying Child.
Crying Child. Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, what's the point of the Stitch Race story and with Andrew and what's
But what's the point of I will put you back together then if he's just in Golden Freddy the whole time? He's already up and running. He doesn't need to be put together.
Well, no, William's trying to like put him back together literally, like he saw that Edwin was trying to do with David years before. Although again, I'm kind of spoiling things, but
but we never see that result.
We sure
Unless
don't.
It's Dreadbear.
But
it's Dreadbear. You.
It sure is really trying to look like it is, though, isn't it? Like, this is my logical conclusion of that. Of like, oh, he just saw this before and might have been getting tips and pointers from someone if they knew that was his goal and they wanted to help each other. But that's just whatever. That's my insane tinfoil theory.
Fredbear and Spring Bunny are a duo.
Golden duo?
Wait, what?
Spring Bonnie is evil, but missing
the. But I think Shadow Bonnie is Toy Bonnie. I don't think it's Spring Bonnie. It's like a direct look of
Toy Bonnie.
Toy Bonnie.
Yes.
And maybe that's where I'm getting confused.
And the toys weren't made until the new establishment was opened in 87. Right,
but maybe the suit looked more like that back then. I don't know.
Which is also
like
odd.
we haven't really gotten a good look at the spring lock. Well, I guess in the movies we have. Never mind.
Because at least one of the shadows has to be alive by 83. For Michael to see them in a Midnight Motorist.
Yeah, I don't even know.
No comment on
I've
that.
done.
No comment on that one.
It's like 8 hours of streaming today. I have no idea what I'm saying.
Brain fried, thoughts in a head empty. I get it. God, now you know how it feels to write this stuff. I think we already came to a like say your piece now. I am declaring that the Fredbear plush is the Eleanor equivalent, is the Yellow Rabbit Into the Pit equivalent. They are all agony creatures. That's my opinion. The Fredbear plush is an agony creature that also just happens to have a walkie in it that William's talking through. If there's any disagreements, say them now. Because, that's kind of what I'm going with.
Because I think there's something possessing it, too, but I don't know.
What is possessing the Fredbear plush?
Well, you have to remember that I think Charlotte dies before Crying Child, so...
I thought you were joking about that. What?
No, it's just like in the movie.
Charlotte dies first. Does she now? That is interesting. I'd love to hear that. Scott totally read that book. Yeah, Scott reads all the books with his name on them, right? Just like the encyclopedias. I don't mean to drag you, like, but I am curious now. You've got me curious. Like, run me through that real quick. Like, what's that timeline look like? Like, Charlie dies first.
What timeline look like?
How does that work? Like, what's the story there?
I'm just still not convinced that that wasn't part of his motivation for the MCI.
What?
Killing Charlotte, because that doesn't seem like he was trying to get her to possess an animatronic. It was
Correct.
just like a angry spur of the moment thing.
Correct.
And so once he sees that that's a thing, he's like, "Oh, interesting.
Correct. I agree
I've
with
got
you
to
on
do it
all of that.
again."
But it's like, I don't think that, like, I think that it was just a pure happenstance that he found. Well, maybe, again, maybe not happenstance now a Secret of the Mimic if he knew about all this crap back in 79.
Yeah, that's true. It really does depend on what's next in Secret of the Mimic. Like
Right.
when he gets his hands on the
For
stuff
all
to
we
see that.
know, for all we know, like, as of 79, late, like, at the end of the year, maybe 1980, like, Fiona F10 is just, like,
I am
telling William all of this just like she did with Arnold. For all we know. I mean, could she not? If William's like, yes, I'll help you get your David back. Like, for all we know, like, that happened. For all we know, and he just kept it secret from Henry. Like, what would like, answer me that? What would William do if he did find Fiona down there? Fiona F10, whatever the hell you think she is.
Abuse it, manipulate it, make
Right,
it
like,
angry.
use it some, and in turn, just like Fiona was doing with us in Secret of the Mimic as Arnold, by the way, she would also try to use him, wouldn't she?
I doubt it. This is the man that took away our home. I hate him. I must kill him.
I don't know about that one, Cheap. Like,
Do you think Charlotte's death is what CC saw? I mean, maybe, but not necessarily.
I'm gonna go with Scott on this one, and with the whole what's seen in the shadows can be easily misinterpreted from the through the eyes of a child. Final answer. I think he thought he saw a body. I don't think he actually did, though. And I know that's kind of like
Yeah,
been what
Charlotte.
has been thought for a while, and it's kind of boring and lame, but it is what I think. Did you know that
Which said, wait, I got something. Did you know that in the tapes from Freddy's and FNAF 3, the two suits are referred to as the classic suits?
Yes.
Yes.
Also in the FNAF 3 audio tapes, something else that I need to cover at some point is the multiple simultaneous spring lock failures. There are many simultaneous spring lock failures. There were multiple suits that failed at the same time. That's odd. Not just one suit that was like all falling apart, because that's a little redundant to say it that way.
I had the coolest like idea of I had pretty much solved that like literally a couple nights ago as I was dreaming. And I'm like,
no.
I have to wake up and write this down. But instead I wrote it on my phone in the dream. I'm like, okay, I got it, so I'm good. And then I forgot about it, and then I woke up and I was like, you've got to be kidding me, because I was so satisfied.
Wait, I put it on my phone in the dream. Why is it not on my phone?
I was so bad.
Damn. You need a dream journal.
Myself. But it's literally about the simultaneous spring lock. So if I can remember,
Yeah,
I
try
will
to
immediately message you. If
pull
I
a
can
mic from the movies and try to dream that again. They're called the classic suits because they're older than the restaurant they're in.
Classic suits?
Yes.
Older than I think so. Or they were originally from an older location. Yeah. I guess that's the same thing.
Wait a minute, I just thought of something as well. If we can say that, like, Eleanor, the Into the Pit monster, and the Fredbear plush are all effectively the same thing as agony creatures, like, can we, like, learn from one by looking at the other?
I had to answer a message. I'm so sorry. What was the last question?
You're all good. I was just asking, like, if the Fredbear plush, Eleanor, and the End of the Pit monster are all agony creatures, can we look at one to learn about the others? Maybe. In which case,
Possibly.
we might need to do a stream
It's-
on that and look on it.
My
Or
only problem is that Golden Freddy plush is not hostile.
neither was a. What is it?
Eleanor is pure hostile.
Yeah, to the girl. Yes, and just in general, apparently. Um, hang on. Well, the Fredbear plush wouldn't be hostile to the crying child if it was his agony that created it.
Yeah, and Jake's doll isn't agony though. Like that's what I'm saying. So I don't think the Fredbear plush would be agony necessarily.
Well, yeah, and the Ella doll wasn't hostile to Henry either. Like, it seems like your own agony isn't hostile to you. Maybe to everyone else, but not you, apparently.
I guess that makes I guess if it's his own thing. Okay, I didn't think of that. I see what you're saying. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, and I was just wondering, like, can we look at one to learn about the others? Like, can we, like, taking a closer look at Eleanor, can we learn more about the Fredbear plush and its motives? Is just what I wonder.
Could try at least.
I don't know, maybe we can save that for another stream, or we can do it, tonight, or up to you. How much bandwidth you got? We might save that for another stream, I don't know.
Yeah, it's getting a little lower.
I just looked at the time, my bad. So yeah, are we all at a consensus? Did we learn something tonight? I am of the opinion now that the Fredbear plush. Yeah, I know I learned a lot, but now I'm like really of the opinion like, oh, the Fredbear plush is an agony creature that has a walkie in it. Is my take. Is what I glean, because like, I don't think this story is referring to M2. I don't think it's. You convinced me it's not referring to the Tangle. So like, oh, the Fredbear plush is the thing that makes the most sense now. That and the shadows, but the shadows kind of, sort of matter, I guess. Ask Scott. I don't know. They showed up like twice.
Real Fredbear plush for the friends we made
Along the way. Ain't that the
truth?
truth?
What else is interesting?
What?
Williams having to put the suits on other people, but in the FNAF 3 logs, you crawl inside it like you do in Secret of the Mimic.
They could have been the earliest prototypes of them where they needed a little bit more manual assembly. Because it's also implied that they kind of branched off from Edwin's designs.
Yeah.
Before the restaurant opened.
Didn't go with the safe ones they were mending for them.
Right, and they kind of thought, I don't know, maybe they must have thought, oh, we can like fix this on our own and just not pay him for his version, because they would have had to like get a license from him to make his, right? That makes sense. And they're like, no, we can just fix this and we got this, and it's like, nah, you kind of didn't. Now, next stream, guys, we're going to have VRAR explain to us why the player in Help Wanted 2 is Edwin. Isn't that right, VRAR?
No.
That Edwin was the one who snuck into Silver Parasol Games, according to the FNAF AR emails. That Edwin was the arcade conspiracist. I know at least one of those you have to believe.
Sorry, can you repeat?
I know at least one of those you believe. What is it? Edwin's the arcade conspiracist.
Yeah, I do think that.
Okay, that's the one you believe. Okay, okay, okay.
Very much.
So Edwin's the arcade conspiracist.
But that's all dependent on if he survived or not.
He did. Edwin's the arcade conspiracist. Is Arnold the one we're playing as in Help Wanted 2, or is that Cassie's dad we're playing as in Help Wanted 2?
Either one works, but it's really weird that it's like showing him specifically things that were in Arnold's van. So if it's not Arnold, that's really odd. But it's not like that merch is exclusive to Arnold, so it could be someone else.
If it's not her dad, that makes the whole ending with like the staff bot handing her the mat, like that makes that whole thing like pointless, and like why is this emotionally significant if it's not, like, who cares? Is just my thing. Like that really feels like the, oh, it's the tragedy of like it's her dad trapped and screaming, "No, Cassie, don't take the mask," as he's like trapped in this staff. Like that's what I thought that was supposed to be.
Yeah.
All right, how about that? Could Arnold be who we're playing as in Help Wanted 1?
Yeah.
Yeah, just yeah. Well, I mean, because that has him in the modern day. He's not the
At
arcade.
least the DLC.
Why the DLC specifically?
Because
Why?
because it connects to the specific mask that the Help Wanted 2 player also finds. Like there's two different Bonnie masks in the one in actually no wait, I got it wrong. The Bonnie one in Ruin looks like the Help Wanted 1 mask, but not the Help Wanted 2 mask. So those might be different people.
Yeah. Oh, wait, yeah, I remember now. Yeah, you're right. Dang, that might actually be it. Like, Arnold might be who we're playing as in Help Wanted 1, and then Cassie's dad in Help Wanted 2. Because he clearly ends up in the staff bot slash claw machine, so that's probably not Arnold.
Or it's two people and like one ending is for the
Would that
Cassie's dad, and then
be
the other ending is like Arnold continuing what F10 wanted him to do. I
that
don't know.
be bananas? I mean,
It,
maybe.
I feel like it's too convoluted that way though. Like I feel like it
Right.
has to be one character, but
Oh,
I also want to know why Mr. Kippo's so insistent that our character really looks at our hands if we're not the same person Help Wanted 1 and 2.
the tool is familiar to you.
But we also have the female voice at the end of the Help Wanted 1, like holding the Vanny mask.
Yes.
But is that a memory or is that like literally who we're playing as? I think it's more likely we're playing as Vanessa in Help Wanted 1. But I'm not sold like on a lot of
It
Help
could be
Wanted
her
stuff
too.
yet.
And I actually kind of like it being her. Um, but if Edwin's the arcade conspiracist, where
Yeah.
does Arnold ever come back?
That's what I was gonna say. It's like there's a wee possibility in my mind Arnold is the arcade conspiracist.
In
A
which
wee
case,
possibility.
in which case, Arnold's the arcade conspiracist, and Edwin was the one who broke into Silver Parasol. How do you like that?
It works, but for me, it also works that Edwin is both the arcade conspiracist and the one that breaks in.
So what? Arnold just doesn't come back, which would break your heart.
No, Arnold's in the Help Wanted games. I don't think he's like necessarily alive. He might be, but like it's all happening in a simulation, so it's so hard to say with Help Wanted like what is physically happening and what is all just like the game. Because like we literally start the Help Wanted 2 game and it's already like a simulation where they're testing us for different pizzeria jobs.
Right. Well, wait. If you're saying though that the Cassie's dad is in Help Wanted 2 and Vanessa's in 1, how is Arnold in either?
Well, I'm not saying it's Cassie's dad, but I'm saying I can see where that would be because of the
That
like
doesn't make
with the
sense. If
connection
it's
of her
not.
dad being the Bonnie like merch lover and whatnot.
Right,
But I can also tie that back to Arnold since he literally has a bobblehead in his van of Bonnie.
the
It's like
original Bonnie, but yeah.
I'm not convinced that it wouldn't be the same character. It's just like the age gap is really the only problem with that.
Well, yeah, and like
And
also,
then if you connect the Bonnie bully to Michael's like character,
which I,
then it also doesn't work. So
yeah, I kind of do because it's like, why else are we being shown this in this moment?
yeah,
Like the mask is significant because that's what he wore when uh he and his other friends like shoved David into Golden Freddy. Like imagine the guilt you would live with that, and it's like throwing it in his face. It's like, oh, that's why this is significant, right? Um,
I don't know. It's like I'm not convinced that Vanny made the mask though because we find it like under the earth, like in this
yes.
little weird area. Like she's led to it to take it, but I'm not sold that she made it.
Who made
I
it?
think she made a costume for it. But
Um, what is it in the emails or whatever where it's between her and the what's her face guy that likes her? He mentions where it's like she's looking up like how to get like ordering like felt stuff and whatnot. Like clearly that suggests like she's making a mask. Or at least the suit, I guess. Maybe she found the mask and she's just making the suit. I don't know. Maybe. That'd be kind of funny. Like, she just found the mask. It's like, oh, okay, I've got glitch trap in me head now. I guess I'll make a suit for it. I mean, maybe, I guess. That'd be funny. Who made the mask then?
well, the problem is there's also two Vanny masks. Like I think the one that's like part of her suit she did make, but it was based off of that original
Yeah, the
mask.
fleshy inside one and the techie inside one that Cassie gets. And apparently all the
Well, no,
employees
then the
do.
one like Vanny wears looks way different than either of those.
Does it? Fascinating.
Like if you look up a picture of Vanny, her face mask looks nothing like the one in Help Wanted.
I wonder why.
But maybe they were trying to clear it up because Cassie does say she has my mask, but it's clearly not the same mask. They don't look that much alike.
Well, neither do certain endos, but people really
Yeah,
debate
but
that too.
there is like the fact that when we beat Princess Quest, the mask on the ground isn't like a full head mask like hers is. So I'm like, is this just a continuity error? Like, what is? But they are clearly different. I assume it's just a design choice or something. Then, if
Maybe it's
that's
like
the
an
case.
early version of it, or moreover, like why is she being instructed to make like a like? Is the first time we see a Vanny mask is at the center of the corn maze in Dreadbear, right?
Yeah,
I'm
in
presuming
1983, I guess.
I'm presuming then that is the earliest example of a Vanny mask. Either she or anyone was introduced to. Which, like, well, which came first? Like, the Pizzaplex, like, clearly manufactured Vanny masks, or her flesh one? Which came first? Like, is she emulating the tech ones, or are the tech ones emulating her mask? Which came first? Is what I wonder now.
I feel like it was repurposed.
Which?
The original one that we see is like they add to it later. I never thought of that. They might actually be physical different masks, though. That's interesting.
Well, yeah, because there's like the flesh one we find with her in Dreadbear, and then there's the
Yeah.
ones that are like techie that Cassie gets later.
Yeah,
Which,
I always thought they just added the techie stuff into it, but I
well,
never thought of that. That's
well, the
interesting.
posters show that, like, bare minimum, we know for sure that there's more than one mask. Like, this wasn't a company-wide thing. Like, don't forget to take off your mask or whatever, right? Like, this was an employee thing for the whole company, presumably, or at least techs.
That's what I'm not sold on because it's like we don't see that anywhere else. So it would have to be during that reunion after
Granted, we see
after
that in
security
the
breach.
AR world, so it could all be horseshit for like
That's why
Glitchtrap
I
still
hate it
screwing
so
with
much.
us. You never left the Matrix, Gregory. You're still here. Like, it could be. Like, I kind of hate that, but I think it's literally the same mask. In the source code of Scott Gaines, there's a conversation in Glitchtrap where they say, "I made it. I think you'd like it." Yeah. That's what I was thinking of.
And I was arguing that's the suit, not the mask, because the mask is like where we're hearing the conversation.
Oh yeah, because in
But
the first Help Wanted, you once you get the mask, you can also put it on, and you're like hearing a one-sided conversation between Vanessa and Glitchtrap.
because the mask, like, then why are we going to fetch the mask if she already made it? Like, I don't understand the purpose of any of that.
Well, that is an amazing question. If there are multiple, why do we only ever see one at a time?
Maybe it's a hot take, but I think the mask came from that Murray building that we find a model of in Secret of the Mimic. Because it literally says masks on the entrance of the building, the front of the building. Masks and gifts. Like, okay. And we're literally using the Vanny mask to, like, make that thing appear in the Help Wanted 2 update. It's very strange.
That is a hot take. Epic.
I've got plenty of those.
Yeah, our channels are known for them. God, you wait till I get this video out in like 2 years. It is full of hot takes. Well, and like from what I've shown VRAR, you know just God how many hot takes I've got in it. What is it like? You see, and like mind you as well, like I'm kind of slow with this too because it's like I'm very like old Scott Games era brained right now. Um, because that's where I've been focusing on the time. Like I really have to catch up on the Steel Wool era. Um, like it's fun to look into because I think they've hammered things out better, but it's like it's a lot more dense. Not that Scott's games weren't either. Good God. But there's a lot in these games now too, like with the more modern ones. Um, but yeah, Fredbear Plus is an agony creature. Fall Fest is going to be the next game. Um, after this VR mode. Do you think we're going to get anything new in the VR mode? That's a fun question. After you've seen the
We
trailer
at
now.
least got buttons you can click.
Yeah, you got little clickable buttons for the minigame now. We added something,
Hooray.
guys. Good job. There's definitely going to be a secret code thing you can put in somewhere.
I hope so.
I hope so. Like, surely they just wouldn't make a VR mode and not put anything cool in it. We've got to get some kind of like how long has it been since the game came out? Like
10 months.
so yeah, just shy of a year now. Like and let's even assume they were working on it concurrently with flat mode. Like an extra 10 months just on polish for a VR mode? Maybe? But like there's no way they don't shove something in there, right? Surely not. There's gonna be something in like there's gonna be something in there. Surely.
That'd be awesome.
There's gotta be. Are you gonna stream it by the way? Because like I'm trying to make money with this business, so it's like, God, can I afford to get a VR set and everything yet? Can I just mod your chat or something and read you stuff while you play?
I'll try to stream it. We'll see if my PC can handle it.
Like, if you've actually got the headset already, I'll like get you like a card or something, a graphics card, just so you can stream it, and I'll be a part because I want to
Oh
see it
man,
too.
that'll be fun.
Like, I don't want to just.
Very worst case scenario, I'll try to stream it through Discord, and then you'll have to stream it on your channel like that from Discord quality footage. But hopefully, it will run fine.
Like, I mean, if it's taken this long to come out, I expect it to be pretty polished.
I'm very excited. Yeah, I feel like it will be. It'll probably have a few bugs that get missed, but like they can
Sure.
patch that pretty quick. And I don't care. Just give me it. I do not care.
I'm just waiting. Like, I need to get a VR system by the time Help Wanted 3 comes out because I'm waiting for the prophesied endless mode on food prep. And I want it harder.
They're not gonna do it, but you can dream.
I want it harder and I want it multiplayer. And I want you, me, and Bronze to play it on stream.
We'll have to find a fan game because there's no way they'll do that.
Oh, dude, well, you know it'd be so cool. People loved it so much. Just make it for me,
It'd be
please.
so funny. Okay, the vanity mask that Vanessa wears has whiskers. The other one doesn't. These are and they left it like that in Help Wanted 2, so they're clearly not the same mask. They're not even the same colors.
Are they an early iteration of the mask? Like,
there's a reason they don't look just alike, and I'm trying to figure
of the
it out.
R&D monument. You know, if it's a mistake, we might have to consider glitch. What if the FNAF 3 map down in R&D is not a mistake?
It's not a mistake, guys.
I'm being dead serious. Like, what if it isn't?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Like,
saying.
what
I never
are the
thought it
lore
was-
implications of, like, oh, yeah, this building, Fazbear's Fright was, like, planned out and laid out from the beginning.
Then I give up.
Then I, like...
The perfect response doesn't exist.
I'm totally
There it is.
serious. Like...
I love that response.
Because I'm kind of the opinion, the FNAF 3 location is the original one that the crying child died in. And the Fazbear's Fright is just reusing that building. Which is also why Phone Dude talks about, like, oh yeah, some old guy who managed this place or something, like, told us about this really cool room with cool stuff in it that he definitely wants us to find something cool in here. Like, that's clearly Henry. Right, like, and again, moreover, like, they would have had to have the approval to, one, use this property, and two, their IP. So, like, Henry had to green light that too. Right, like, Edwin designed a building to be nothing but hallways. That's the best I got. I'm just like, could Edwin have, like, potentially helped design a building layout for him too? You know? Maybe. That might be the easy way to answer that. The reason the map's down there is because it's like, oh, where FNAF 3 takes place, Fazbear's Fright, or, you know, the first Freddy's location, maybe he helped design the building layout for them too.
Man, there's so many directions I want them to take the story, so I can just answer a couple questions. Even if they just answer 3 questions, I'll be happy.
Which, good God, now that I think about it, if that is true, that Edwin designed that building, Phone Dude might not have been talking about Henry. He might have been talking about Edwin.
That'd
Shit.
be funny.
The guy who designed the building, which wasn't Henry, it was Edwin. Like, God, Phone Dude was talking to Edwin. Oh, God. Oh, God. What are...
Yes,
How do you...
it definitely could have been the cranks for the suits. Oh, man. Well, that's why I was talking about, like, climbing into the suits, because that's an Edwin thing. Like, you literally climb in through the front.
Yes.
So that'd be really interesting. I think that's the case. And that's where they're going with all these proto characters and whatnot. I'm still bothered by all the advertising they're doing with that frickin' proto Freddy head. If that's not connecting to Glamrock Freddy, I don't even know. Like, why are we seeing the proto head? Is it leading up to the bite of '83? Maybe I just don't. It doesn't even look like that head though. Maybe. I guess it's just the angle of the bite. I don't know. I'm just. Blah, 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 blah.
I mean, that teaser, like, the biggest takeaway I had with it as well is just like, oh, did Edwin also make a VR AR system
I hope he did.
canonically
It'd be so
in
cool.
universe? Because if he
Do you want to
did,
mention that?
that has a lot of implications. You want to mention how
Oh,
the
no,
MCM
Brett.
spring logs from this Nightmare Bread Bear
Yes.
has a mouth on its stomach?
Let's go.
Huh.
I'm so on board with this idea.
MCM spring log open from the stomach. Yeah, they
Actually, no,
do.
I'm kind of scared of it too.
They do actually, don't they? I'm remembering the captain now. Damn it. Nightmare
That's
Fredbear
so
does have a
cool.
stomach on his mouth. We were always considered a baby. What if it's...
But Nightmare Fredbear is just a nightmare.
So wait a minute. Did, like, Michaels, like, see an MCM in animatronic at some point then?
Oh yeah, because even the crying child would have to be like 5 to 7, so he would have been born in the '70s by the bite of '83. So Michael definitely would have probably seen some of that stuff.
That's really... Like, why is he having nightmares of those then? I mean...
Maybe they just factor into it.
Sure, like, just general animatronics, sure, and, like, that'd be really cool if that's the case, and he's
It'd
just...
be super cool if they do something like that. Like, I love that kind of thing.
It's like, oh yeah, the old Murray animatronics, and my dad and Henry's, right? Like, they're all kind of melding together in this nightmare-fueled world for him. Interesting. It seems
There's
like,
so many interesting ways they could take some of this lore, and I need more of it. Like,
oh yeah, no, no kid. Remember the game we thought we were getting, where we were gonna go in the past and get a lot more on William and Henry?
please
Too bad
give
that.
us more.
Too bad that didn't happen. I'm not mad we got like one thing on each of them. Like their legacy characters, they're getting so afraid to do anything, which I get it, right? Like they're destroying. No, my head cannon. No, I gotta go to Twitter to complain to Scott and Steel Wool about.
Also, sorry if there's a lot of noise in the background.
And now you're good. I don't hear anything. David dies in 85. Dave is born in 76. Why, Scott? Why? Does David? David dies in 75. Dave is born in 76. Okay, that makes kind of more sense.
Sorry, 75. Glitch meant to
Yeah,
say.
no. Well, that's kind of odd because I always had it in my head that like, God, I would need to remember and like do the math of like their rough ages, but like I thought Fiona died in the Fall Fest of 77. I thought. My math might have been wrong though, because she has to die first. But the crying child, like David has to be old enough to like kind of remember that, or like be cognizant of it. Like your mom's not coming back, and like hearing David cry and everything. Yeah, he's still streaming. Yeah, I know this is the Yapathon.
And hearing me cry too.
Like
I hate that audio log so much. Or no, that's a video, I think. I hate that video log so much.
oh, it's one of the birthday ones, isn't it? Yeah, happy birthday,
Hate
bud.
it.
Like yeah, it's that one. In CODB, there's a cake with 7 candles. 83 minus 7 equals 76. Candles of the Dark Basement? What is CODB?
Curse of Dreadbear.
Oh, okay. Curse of Dreadbear. How did I know? Candles of the Dark Basement. Excellent.
Candles of the Dark Basement. Next FNAF game win.
Oh God. Um, 7 candles. 83 minus 70.
Candles of the Dark Basement.
I don't know how I thought of that on the fly.
Sounds like a new upcoming horror game I need to play.
Yeah, it's gonna be the next FNAF game, Candles of the Dark Basement.
Hey, if we don't get Abyss, we get Candles of the Dark Basement. It ties into Chica's secret party.
Speaking of things we're never gonna get explained,
Yeah, no kidding.
gotta go, guys. He's got to do something on it, surely. Like, he's just busy making the game and pretending he did for it. Like,
It's gonna be in 5 Laps at Freddy's. Trust.
it very well
coping.
might. It might. Like a secret unlockable minigame. Like that is something I could see him doing.
Oh, cool. I'm coping hard, but yeah.
Like you got to go down a secret track and or what, like do something in each level, and then like you
Oh, that'd
unlock
be so cool.
a playable Chica's secret party in it. That would actually be pretty fire.
Knowing Scott, it'd be like you have to do every single track in one Grand Prix, and you have to like do certain criteria for each track.
Yep.
And then on the last one, there's like some secret.
And that one specific, and you have to get to that point. You can save it, but you've got to get to that point to be able to get to this one specific secret area on this track in this specific scenario.
Yeah.
Or like beat it within a certain time or a specific time. Like 1983 or something. God.
Oh man.
Across the 4 pages of Chica's Secret Party is divided into 16 sections.
No, Glitch, no.
Flav
No.
16 tracks in its final release. Interdasting.
Please. I need it. I can't wait for that game. I'm not gonna lie. I love racing games.
What
like,
could Chica's Secret Party tell? Like the big thing was is that it was supposedly going to show us what was in the box, right? Like that's the big reason, like why we care about Chica's
there's so
Secret
much
Party.
more weird stuff in it that I was curious about.
But that's the big one, right? But there are like other like. I guess that's my overarching question. Like, what could What could Scott show us in Chica's Secret Party?
That is a good question. I mean, probably just give us more questions, to be honest. That's literally all that happens.
If you're a good storyteller, you answer 1 and you ask 2.
Yeah, that's fair. We did get a few answers in Secret of the Mimic. It was just like 500 new questions.
Right, so like he has to answer something. So like what would, and again, yes, obviously he would present a million more, but like what is it he would answer in Chica's Secret Party?
I don't. That's why I want to play it so bad.
Like you're Scott, you have an opportunity to write this. It's like, okay, what can I give all these goobers? Do I actually tell them what was going to be in the box at one point? Like, there's
Santa. What? That's very good.
There's every possibility, and I know people might not want to hear it. Like, oh, how could he? Scott might have been lying during that interview for all we know. Maybe he wanted to keep that secret. Like, oh yeah, I've known exactly what's in the box the whole time, but I just can't tell you that because I don't want you to bug me about it anymore. Like, maybe. I don't know.
Or the contents literally did change in the box.
They might have. And if
I
that,
be working on a video.
Moreover, if that is the case, and he knows that, what does he choose to show us now with Chica's Secret Party? If it is something he crams into FNAF. Like, do I show them what the early ideas I had? Do I show them the later ideas that I had? Like, what does he show us in the box? Like, I'm kind of hoping it'll be an animatronic of a young boy, but whatever.
It was the FNAF 2 custom night rewards, I'm telling you. Intriguing.
What were the custom night
Glitch,
rewards?
can you tell me more about this Santa? Please.
The box, the shadows, Midnight Manor toys being killed, Santa being a CIA agent, lots of stuff. I don't know, maybe he is in this
That's
universe.
the best FNAF lore ever.
Custom reward. Like, I know Scott wouldn't want to pass up this opportunity either, because he's got a great opportunity to do something really cool with Chica's Secret
Yeah, I
Party.
really hope FNAF is like dripping with lore.
I mean, look at how hard he was willing to let what's their face with into the pit.
FNAF does not roll off the tongue at all. I
It
don't like the sound of that.
it does not.
FNAF. It's like I don't want to say an F and an L together like that. Like
It almost
FNAF.
reminds me of Flan, like from the Fazbear Flan. Like, God, doesn't that sound good? Like Flan, what the hell is a Flan? Goodness.
Oh, jeez.
Toy Bonnie figurine, Balloon Boy plush, cupcakes, Freddy's microphone, plushies of the main five. If
Everyone's gonna hate when I do a box video, but I am gonna do one.
the box.
I'm gonna do it after your first big video, but before your second part of the timeline video.
God, when I get this video done and like I'm trying, like, where the hell did I leave off? Hang on.
You're prioritizing. This is good. Do not worry.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to get this business off the ground.
Exactly.
It was a cozy apartment, and it is mine. Almost felt like an extension of their home. Just happened to be located in a city.
Wait, Mio, I didn't see you were here. I'm sorry, Mio. Hi, Mio.
Neither of them spoke for a moment. Oh yeah, isn't that one of our regulars? Da-da-da. Oh yeah, I'm at this part I can't say out loud. I don't want to spoil it. Yeah, it's just a lot of character dialogue I gotta go through, and character dialogue can be a bit of a slog, and so it's like, I gotta force myself to start writing this again. Dang
Yeah,
it.
because that's the stuff you have to make the most believable too.
Yeah, and that's what's on my mind too, because it's like, if it's like, oh no, Michael would never say that. Oh, William would never say that. Henry would never, like. Then I lose everyone, and it's like, oh, I don't really care to watch this anymore. It's not cool. Like, that's.
I'm just gonna say that every 3 minutes when we're watching it.
I'm worried you probably will, honestly.
No, I'm joking.
I'm not even
Just-
kidding.
Just
Like,
to mess with you.
some of the stuff I say in this, I'm really not kidding. Where it's like, I'm going to lose even you. Because, like, you know bits of things, but you've not seen, like, the payoff or, like, the overarching picture.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to.
There's a lot of theories that I've like. I'm like, I already don't agree with this, but I've watched it. And I'm like, that was actually really good once I finished it.
Like, and that's fine if no one does. Like, I just wanted to spur discussion. Like,
No, I'm very excited, so you don't need to worry.
this is what I.
DJ Surf said to pay more attention to chapter 13. Didn't he also say there was gonna be like his name in the credits of Home 1 and 2?
Doesn't
Or was
DJ
that somebody else?
Sturf say a lot of things?
We never got that update. But yeah, I'm very intrigued by Chica's Secret Party. I'm just also kind of annoyed that like all these teases never really go anywhere. It's just like, okay, here it is. Now what do we do with it?
Oh, you mean like
There it
Fall
is.
Fest? Something we've been teased since
At
Cursed
least
of
we're getting
Dreadbear.
pieces of Fall Fest with every new game, so that's something.
Are we though? Like, what?
Yeah, we got more with Help Wanted 2, and then we got like
We know
found out
Fiona died at
there.
a Fall Fest. We don't know why
and that
or
was
how.
the last game, so that was already like a new bit we didn't know before though.
Sure, one bit.
Like
Like,
Help Wanted 2 like showed us, oh wow, there
can
was a
we
player.
actually
Okay,
see
cool.
it though? Can we go to what? Can we know like
Well,
why?
that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't feel like it's paid off, but like we're at least getting pieces with each game.
It's gotta be building to something, because it's like, Like, who started the fire? Like, how did it die? Or was it an accident? Or, like, did anyone else die? Like, what year was it? Like, there's a million questions still.
Yeah,
Like,
pretty much
is
everything is a
Fall
million
Fest a
questions.
Fazbear thing? Or is it just a community event, right? We don't even know that for sure.
Now, then why do we have Faz Fest in the movie timeline?
Because MCM had a booth there.
I don't want to see Fiona's death.
I mean, we're probably going to have to at some point now. Because they've kind of Chekhov gunned her death now.
Yeah, what if we get like another vintage mini game like we did with the William spring locking or something like that? That'd be wild, actually.
Like,
I just feel like there's more to the story since she had that bad feeling. Like yes, she dies there, but I don't think that's the conclusion. Like I feel like there's more to that.
and I was going to bring up that exactly because it's like, I really think, and I know people don't like the idea that it was just an accident. It could have been just an act that killed not only her, but a lot of people there.
And if it's that, I feel like it's connected to the Mimic program somehow. Because I feel like that's kind of what all the other things that Edwin sold with that program in them are leading up to. Like they're malfunctioning and they're starting to hurt people. And so Fall Fest could very well be something like that.
That at this booth, this stuff they brought with them,
Yes, like the Murray stuff that had that program in it.
like, what all decided to go crazy. And, like, did they intentionally start a fire? Was it an accident from them just being crazy? Like,
It'd just be like the coat hanger thing or whatever it is that like literally turns like 90 feet tall. They're just like, what's going on? Like, why is it doing that? Or why did the coffee machine almost kill somebody? Like, just like it's not meant to do some of the stuff it's doing, so it could just be like that's like the accident that caused it. It wasn't supposed to do it, but it just did.
I know.
But I suppose if it's that, it's like, why do we need to know that? Like, we already kind of know that.
Right, like, would it be revelatory enough to put in a game?
No,
That'd make a whole
I guess
game
not.
around it.
Like, I feel like we could have put that together already.
Right, like, it's got to be meaty enough to, like, warrant building a game around it.
Unless it's like the reason that why that's happening. Like, there's something more to that. Which would mean like there's something more to the M1 program, which I think there is, but that would mean like it's already something important before it's. If you think it's possessed by Fiona, then it was already like something important, I guess, like more than just a program, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, I can't exactly get into how I think possession works. I mean,
But also, why do we see William there in Help Wanted 2? Like,
we
but then like,
see Springtrap there,
yeah, and why would we see him there? Like,
which I feel
that's
like,
even weirder.
especially when Springtrap didn't exist until what, 2023
Yeah, so
probably.
it's like a symbol of Afton. So like, if Afton was at the Fall Fest, that
Or is it
really
just a
changes
symbol of it?
things.
Because it's like, it's what
Well, no,
Afton
I'm saying,
became,
I'm
right?
saying, what if it is a symbol of him?
It might be, but if it, like, why not just show like a purple outline or something? And granted, Scott might have just used Springtrap because it's like, oh, I don't want to give a canon appearance of William any more than I already did with the DVD collab. So it's like, well, and granted, even then, we only see like the burnt, fleshy husk remnant of him on the inside of the suit. Which is still cool that they got to do that. Because that's technically the only 3D appearance of William we've ever seen. But yeah, it might just be like, oh yeah, let's use Springtrap because I don't want to canonically confirm what William looks like, which is lame, but I know that's probably what he did. Okay, William might have been at Fall Fest, but it's like, I really don't like the idea that he like intentionally killed her or anyone there. Not just because it would completely destroy my timeline and headcanon, Um, but it's like, to me, he has no motive at that point, like at all. They didn't even want to take over MCM until they got told to kick rocks after trying to buy M2. Again, after they had been working together for years without hiccup by that point, right? Because again, Fiona had to be alive still to see the start of the Fazbear project, at least.
Yeah, because she mentions it as Mrs. Helpful, talking about
She
how this
does.
big project is going to like fix
Of
all
this
their
new
problems,
Fazbear
essentially.
project, right? Like, she had to be alive to see that. And it's implied some years went by before even the factory fell apart. So clearly they had to have a, like, and like, great, we don't know how much time passed between like the start of the contract and like them asking for M2, but like clearly that had to happen after. So it's like, how much time, I have no idea, but it's like that seems to be the order of events at least.
I see you, glitch.
Think there's gonna be anything for the FNAF 3 movie at CinemaCon tomorrow? It'd be super cool.
It'd be fun. Small plushies that can repeat words heard from far away. They also have pitch black eyes with white pupils. Fredbear plush, anyone? So would that mean like it's just repeating what random people have said?
Maybe
I feel like
Fredbear Plush is a copy of the Mycelium Men, but
I feel like it's a little more advanced than they are, but maybe. It's funny though.
I'm honestly of the opinion though that the Mycelium Man in that, like, that's a red herring. Um, for that thing, just because it's like you effectively have to believe in the mimic hive mind idea at that point, because then people will immediately connect that to, like, oh, that wasn't Fiona he was talking to in R&D. And it's
Which
like,
is a very hotly debated topic
which
right
I
now.
really don't agree. I think that is actually Fiona. Like, it. What's the point of this story if it's like, what are we supposed to learn from this? Like, is this just like tragedy porn at this point? Like, it has to mean something, or maybe I'm just coping. I don't know. Like, and the 4625 being repeated over and over and over. Like, they're clearly showing us that
I
scene is
really hope
very
they like
important.
give us more to that number soon.
It was the first thing we saw teased in the teaser in Help Wanted 2. Um,
Like, is it just significant because I'd when heard the voice on it, or is there going
it
to be more to it?
it's the frequency he turned to like listen to Fiona. Um, and what is it? Didn't we just see another callback recently to it, like 4625?
I know Dolly says it. I know the
Oh yeah, there are
mailbox has it.
4,625 tasks ahead. Like, isn't that so? Like, it keeps getting repeated over and over again.
And like, is that going to lead up to something? Do you think, or is it just like they're randomly doing it? Maybe
I
that's like YouTuber bait.
I and it might be YouTuber bait. I view it as like leading us to like that scene where it pops up in R&D. Like, this scene is important. Pay attention here is what I take from it. Cuz like, if it was being
Yeah,
teased when you're advertising the game in Help Wanted 2, like, we were wondering for so long, what does 4625 mean? What does 4625 mean? And they were
it's the
probably thinking
memes.
like, "Oh, they're going to be looking for anything 4625. So when we find it for the first time in R&D, and it's like turn frequency to 4625, like, that's like, oh, like they were maybe trying to like clue us in, like, hey, this is important. Listen to the, I don't know, maybe that's what they were trying to do with that. Um,
Yeah, and it could be as simple as just like we find out once we go to the tiger area that that's what was going on. That's why that number mattered. But
Other than that, like, I have really no idea why it's been teased so long, and it's like it keeps coming up, and it's like because the Dolly Hospital part where she says that actually takes place before you get to that part in R&D, by the way,
Yeah.
which is also annoying. Maybe it's just kind of like meta in a meta way, sort of like alluding to it, because Edwin actually saying it happens, well, and I guess the Dolly thing does happen too, but it's like I don't know, 4625. It just keeps getting brought up. It's like 3 times it's come up, which is odd. 4625, what you used to deactivate Mexis and Help Wanted 2. Is it now? Listen to Fiona's repeated line.
It is. Because we find the number on the mailbox, then we type it in.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think that was actually Fiona, though, and she was just recalling that moment.
Wasn't there like a whole like ghost thing where Ghost will just use lines that are already being said over
Oh,
like a
yeah, like
radio
recordings as
frequency?
spirits,
So they'll
yeah.
just repeat it. It's not like they're like saying that thing because the line that's being said doesn't really make sense. It's more just like the communication aspect that's interesting.
Right, if you've ever cared to look into, like, actual real-world paranormal stuff, supposedly, like, that is, like, a quote-unquote type of paranormal phenomenon, is, like, a weaker soul or spirit or haunting or whatever is like what's been commonly like cited as like a recording where it's like, oh, like in this hotel, people like for like 100 years people have seen like this woman in a white dress like running up the stairs crying, and it's the same thing like every time. It's a woman in a white dress running up the stairs crying. Like for 100 years people have said the same thing. Like that's an example of like a recording haunting, basically, and the spirit's just doing the same thing over and over and over again. um Maybe this is an example of that, and like her soul like is just like remembering that moment in a game where the main character is a mimic. Do you really think, what do you think it means when a line is repeated? I mean, granted, that could be for anything in this game too, but we're not gonna say like the mimic was like really the one behind like FNAF 1 or something. Like the make. No, I really think that's Fiona. Like the whole thing like loses any kind of weight to me if it's not Fiona. And then it's like what's the point? Like it's just like trauma porn, which it might be. I don't know. Like maybe that's the direction he took it, but it's like if it's not, like, it just kind of doesn't mean anything to me if that's not actually Fiona. And like
Like
look,
the Fiona one, I can see like having much more weight to not being her just because it's like she died at Fall Fest, not at the manor.
no, that doesn't matter. Like her
But
souls can clearly move around given FNAF 6.
but it also depends on like how far away Fall Fest was for me, I guess. But I guess that's where my whole idea of if they brought the Mimic program, then they brought all that stuff back. Then what if she was like connected to the program that went there and then came back, and then her soul would be there because it's like all the stuff they brought to Fall Fest that had the Mimic program in it.
Came back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, that's all dependent on Fall Fest, and I don't know like how her death happened. In a game where the main character is a mimic, what do you think it means when the line is repeated? And I do get that, but the problem is it's FNAF where like AI programs and stuff get possessed, and like pre-programmed animatronic characters are like possessing things.
Yeah, and Scott has said he's really liked the blending of the two, the paranormal and the like sci-fi.
And so like I don't know. That line is also the only time in the entire game where the human Fiona voice says Edwin. Every other time she says Ed. The robotic F10 N4 voice, however, always says Edwin. So are you saying the voice that he hears like isn't M1? It's like its own separate thing, and then he like creates M1 because of what he heard. I just want to make sure I'm understanding like where you're going with that argument, because I always seem to not understand because my brain's rolling around in here.
I don't remember her saying that in that R&D audio tape. I remember her only saying like, "That's great, honey, but you're missing the party," which is verbatim what she says in the videotape. She doesn't actually say Edwin or Ed. Um, I don't know. I view it as her like kind of coming out of a stupor or a recording or like something like, because like if it's not like, what reveal could they give with Fall Fest where it's like it's not her, so or it's like she just like instantly moves on, I guess. Like it's M1 starting to mimic Fiona, and like what, M1 like picked up a radio and just like repeat said that exact line to Edwin at the precise moment he needed to hear it. Like that's the other big reason I doubt that it's something like that. Like the sheer odds of that, or like the mycelium men mimic hive mind thing. Like the sheer odds of that happening are so astronomical. It's would be insane to even consider. Um,
I think it'd be interesting though if it's like if F10 is like just a mimic program. Like obviously it's like it has a mind of its own, but like so it's mimicking, but even if it is like just a really advanced AI, it's interesting that it's dealing with a supernatural child in a sense. Because like pretty much well, I guess you could argue M2 isn't in any way supernatural, but I feel like it is. Or else I don't think the tiger would exist, and I don't think
right.
the picture of the mimic and David would exist. Like that's just completely unnecessary.
Well, and
Oh,
again,
Mio sent me something quick.
yeah,
Um, it says, "What does 4625 mean on Google?" And it says, "Introduction event ID 4625 shows that it documents every failed attempt at logging on to a local computer." And
interesting.
then the other one was like shipping labels.
And
Okay.
before I forget as well, like
Oh
there
yeah,
are
go ahead.
also the other audio tapes of Edwin like other employees like seeing Edwin clearly talking to this thing for like hours on end. Like if it wasn't intelligent and it was like not her, then like not her in a convincing way enough to convince him, like I find that a really hard to believe that he wouldn't be able to tell that. And like more like what would the memory like end goal being of like duping Edwin so intelligently and precisely be exactly? Like that also doesn't make sense to me.
You have a lot of convos. It's well, it's like maybe it's like in the book where the AI is like doing things it wasn't programmed to, but it's like just a really advanced AI, maybe.
Well, yeah, and even if that is the like, what is it trying to do by manipulating him this hard? If that would be the case, because like at that point he's not like doesn't like M1 or anything by that point. He doesn't have the fight. Yeah, he doesn't even like have the fight with her until a lot later when she's like trying to get to him to like make it or finish a body for David or whatever. Like which takes place years after. So like at the time like he had no reason to really like not listen to M1 or whatever by that point either.
Yeah, I guess his reasoning would be more um that he wanted to make like a mother for his kid, maybe.
I mean,
It doesn't have
but
to be
if
possessed to be intelligent. I think M2 is.
sure.
I don't M1 I'm much more flexible
But it's like if he was more than
on
willing
the
to like
input.
live the LARP for at least a couple years there, like why does it need to manipulate him? Is like my question. Like he was living the LARP for like it shows David sitting on the hill with M1, right? Like
What else I think is weird is why it tells him to like not tell anyone about it. Like, what is its
bingo,
plan? It's very
right?
creepy.
Yeah, they
Like
wouldn't
no one can know
understand. Like
about
no
me
one
yet.
can know about me. Just keep it between us for
So
now. Like
I'm very curious what its motive is. If it is just an advanced AI with nothing possessing, I'm very intrigued by what
right.
its motive is.
More if he was living the LARP, why does it need to manipulate him in the first place? Right? Like what why does it need to like trick him that it's Fiona? Right? What does it matter? Why not like whatever you're in like that just doesn't make sense to me. Like to me it like just has to be Fiona 'cause, like more like what is the point of anything of any of this? Where is it going? Why set up this intrigue with how Fiona died at Fall Fest if it's not gonna go anywhere?
But I guess like so Glitch said from M1's perspective, it's not manipulating. It genuinely is trying to be Fiona, but like, why did it start doing that when it wasn't programmed to be that way? Is that just like really advanced AI then?
Right, because he's not having the M1 copy Fiona until she's dead. Right. I mean, maybe not, but I mean, like, if it's anything similar with what happened with David, like, again, he wouldn't try to get it to mimic it until after they're dead.
Maybe it saw that he was sad and it's like,
Well,
I've got
actually,
to rebuild this family.
we know it wasn't mimicking Fiona because when he first introduces it to David, it's just like the endo, like this thing. It can weird. He's not referring to it or having it act like Fiona at all. Like
Yeah,
you,
it could be Mio. It could be.
the mimic and everything. Yeah. Fiona. I don't know. What do you think, Vuyrar? Like, what side of the fence are you on with this here?
I need a Fall Fest game to like really know. But it
I'd
is weird
agree.
to me, like where the advanced AI gets the motive from. Like even if it is just an advanced AI, like there has to be a spark to like make it start acting that way if Edwin didn't program it to be a mother.
Right,
Like
because he didn't do that until after she's dead.
starts as a babysitter and then learns about Fiona through the reels and it goes from there.
It's just deciding what to mimic at whatever point.
I guess I don't get like
Like,
how it comes to that conclusion then.
and why it's like just randomly sitting there watching these tapes just on its own, like right, like, and it didn't decide to start mimicking the mailman,
Like,
weeks before whatever that point. Like,
I guess if it's just trying to learn things, I suppose.
right, that would really need to be
Yeah,
fleshed out, right? Like, to me, there's just too many little like periphery things that kind of point to like,
self-aware and self-preservation prior to Fiona passing. I guess that's the other thing. I don't personally think that Edwin made the endo until after she died.
I mean, there is the whole thing with Trisha, and like he is showing it like to David and just referring to it as an endo, like which I also think now it's hard to tell, but I also think that tape came from before Fiona died. But I can't
What
exactly
better way to
prove that
take care of
either.
a child than to actually be seen as their mother? That I can get on board with, but well, the program wasn't just mushrooms though. The program was in a bunch of products.
From coat racks to coffee makers to anything, everything in between.
So I'm curious like why this specific one
Went so off the rails when the others didn't.
just wants to be a mother. Like that's It's interesting. I'm not opposed to it, and it
Moreover,
could be.
something you were on recently that you got me onto.
Uh-oh.
If there is no possession involved with Fiona, what in God's name is that letter about, and why is it so seemingly important? The one where it's like, memory corrupted error, like we were expecting, but then we weren't, and now like I'm waking up here, and what in God's name is that about? If there's no supernatural stuff going on here, like what is that about? Like, I mean, doesn't that letter really read like that to you?
I don't think it's Fiona though.
Who is that? Who did write that letter, VRR?
Edwin, but no one's ready for that. Da dum.
What? Edwin, what?
Hold on.
We
Do you think
were
it makes sense for the human Fiona to say David's special day and not just happy birthday like in the first reel? I mean, well, David's not present there, so she wouldn't just say happy birthday. But I don't think that Fiona is all that M1 is. I see it as a dual possession where you have the AI that has its own brain, but you also have Fiona in there.
Huh, where
I
have
don't
we
see it
seen that
as one or the
before?
other.
That
I see
almost
it as literally two.
that almost reminds me of Circus Baby and Elizabeth.
Very much so.
There's an AI and then there's also a spirit possessing it.
In the core, it's the core program, but it's like survival of the fittest and is adapting in whichever way it can and is mimicking the new experiences.
Remember what I said about pretending? I learned to pretend.
Oh man. Yeah, that's kind of one question I have about if that whole circus baby thing. Does she actually need to learn to pretend? Because wouldn't she already know if she's the mimic program?
I mean, I would think that just, if anything, just disproves the mimic hive mind idea, but. And they're all just individual mimics.
But I guess I see that as a dual possession because Elizabeth, in my opinion, is still there. It's not just circus baby, but there's the
Correct.
program and there's the soul. It's
Correct.
not just one or the other, and I think that's what's happening with um no, I mean the M1 program is being possessed by Fiona, but it is its own advanced AI as well.
At the same time, which is also like my argument for why Fiona's soul is kicking around. Because we've seen this before with Circus Baby and Elizabeth.
She's an advanced version of the mimic program, hence she is playing pretend. But like she wouldn't need to learn that because she was like that's pretty much what the mimic literally does from the get-go is it's like mimicking things. It's like unless that's just part of her manipulation tactic is I've learned how to do this, but in reality already knew how to do it. I don't know. It's kind of like how in Princess Quest there's a shadow purple version of the princess and there's a yellow princess, but they're both moving around at the same time. It's like in the same way, the AI is its own mind, and Fiona is just with the AI. I think while the M1 program is in the endo, that's technically, I guess, I don't think it's possessing the endo. I think the endo is running the program. And then with M2, that's where you have the David aspect come in. The difference being that he literally did possess the endo.
Wait, so you don't think the M1 Endo was possessed?
Well, I think the M1 endo is what David ends up possessing, but the M1 program is clearly tied to F10 Fiona because it gets moved into that
I actually agree with
later.
the secret ending, funnily enough. But for a totally different reason than you're thinking of.
Question: why do you think the animatronics in FNAF 1 can't do anything during the day?
Can't walk around or yeah, they do mention that. accidents that have happened in the past, stuff like this. And don't get me wrong, like, I've thought for a while as well that, like, Fazbear 1,000,000% is using the Mimic program, like, probably in all their animatronics, let's be real.
I'm not convinced.
Are you not?
Well,
Are you not
okay,
entertained?
depending on, like, if he gets his hands on this stuff specifically.
I mean,
But
if
part
they
of me
own
is
the
still
Mimic.
going, I know I shouldn't, but part of me is, like, going with the Silver Eye trilogy where he couldn't figure out how to create that spark of life.
The gift of
But
life
I
goes
don't
on
know
and
for sure.
on. Like, so let me be clear. Why can the spirits possessing the animatronics do anything? I mean, they can.
Don't they do stuff at night though?
They do get a little quirky at night.
Quirky. One of my favorite lines in FNAF.
Move around a bit. Well, they still keep their pathfinding because they say, like, oh yeah, that's why, like, Springtrap is later forced to move around because that's the animatronic still programmed to do that. And even the
Yeah.
later ones did that, like, to go where the party is, right? Like, they're at the building. Yeah, and you immediately mentioned that too.
And that's why I don't think they have the Mimic program specifically. Because it's not like an AI that's doing its own thing.
Right, it could be a branch off, or maybe just inspire. Like, I don't know. I definitely think Circus Baby has it for sure.
Yeah. I do too, I just don't think the MCI animatronic endos do.
Well, yeah, and the regular animatronics might not, but
Yeah.
Circus Baby definitely does, and they might have used it elsewhere. Maybe even Hand Unit.
Oh man.
Or, well, you guys really aren't ready for what I think Hand Unit actually is in Sister Location. None of you are ready for that conversation. I think Virar might know where I'm going with that, but even he, I'm not sure if he actually does.
So despite William possessing the suit, he is still forced to obey the code of the animatronic.
At times,
to
it
an
would seem,
extent.
yes. Not completely or constantly, but yeah, like in that moment, like kind of like that animation of it is like, oh, when I get back, you're gonna regret it or whatever. Oh, there's a kid
Just
over there.
reminded me of sweet succulent batteries for some reason.
Sweet, sweet, succulent battery.
It's one of my favorite things ever made.
Into the pit or something. Oswald puts on the bunny ears and becomes compliant or something like that. Interesting.
I really need to reread the Into the Pit books. Maybe I'll do that this week.
Into the pit, to the pit.
Never the same, hope I will drain.
So, any other, either of you familiar with Daft Punk? Oh, God. Possessing something, it's always the physical. Physical, no effect over the coding. Interesting. So I have a reason for asking for it. I heard about them like over a decade ago in high school. I think. I've heard the name before. Spirit possession is always a physical body with no effect over the coding.
I'd say yeah for most animatronics, not a mimic program though.
Yeah.
So you're saying like spirits in general couldn't, so I guess including a mimic.
Which that doesn't seem to be the case with Circus Baby, but because she clearly was doing things contrary to what Elizabeth actually wanted.
I would also argue the possession is different.
Yes, you've not taken shattering into account.
No.
It's all shattered all the way down. Shattered soul. God, I need to make
I know
that meme
of
too.
Daft Punk, but I have not listened to like probably much of any of their stuff. I listen to like weird music, so I don't think.
Yes, I'm kind of a crotchety old man. I just listen to the I don't know, whatever sounds good at the moment. It's a meme, but I do have a fluctuating taste. A lot of sea shanties of late. Circus Baby was doing to what Elizabeth wanted. Yeah, that's my point. Oh, okay. There's an actual movie if you. It shows basically a program controlling the individual. 35. God. I don't feel as bad anymore. Actually. Oh God, what is it? My birthday is just coming up, so it's like, I'm getting older. How old do you think I am, VRR?
Close to 30.
Something like that.
Something like
Like that.
that.
Yeah.
If not 30.
Yeah, I'm 30 now. I'm gonna be 31.
Circus Baby was doing things contrary to what Elizabeth wanted. Yeah, but Elizabeth was also doing things.
Yes.
Like she clearly did have some control, and I would argue they had a similar goal to get out.
Yeah, they both wanted out, but then when well, even before that, Circus Baby kind of read the room and what this was going to end towards and wanted out, which is why she left on the chip, in my opinion, and manipulated Michael to do that.
You just sounded like what's his face from Digital Circus.
Who? Which one?
What you just said, you like, in my opinion, it sounded like you were
In
about
my
to burst
opinion.
into
Oh yeah,
song, and I was like,
Kane. Yeah.
let's go. You could sing the song.
Oh
my
God,
gosh.
no. I tell you what though, if I get this thing done, I really want to make a burner channel just so I can do a dub of some of the Jax lines because I would really have fun doing that. I think
I need to hear your Kane lines. That's what I want.
Welcome to the amazing Digital Circus.
Listen to this shit.
God, no.
You have to sing the song, and then you have to do that one laugh he does where he goes like really fast,
I would need to, or
ever.
however he did that with his throat.
Oh my God, it's so funny.
God. No, I just wanted because it's fun.
So close to what it sounded like.
Welcome to the.
You could
I'd
literally
have to
nail it with a little practice. I'm not even joking.
Which is so funny because I'd have more fun with Jax, believe it or not.
That makes it a million times funnier to
me. God, no. There's
what are your
just
thoughts on the theatrical release.
Oh yeah.
I think Unnamed has a more reasonable response. I think it's really cool that they can do it. I'm not a huge fan of early spoilers for a lot of people. But at the same time, it's I get why they're doing it.
It makes you wonder why they did it. You can have a theater. Why not just release them both at the same day?
I do kind of wish they'd do that because I'm probably not going to see it in theaters. I can't imagine going to that in theaters.
I mean, if we're perfectly real and honest with ourselves, I think we all deep down know why they're not releasing them the same day. Well, and granted that from what they said, the theaters didn't were pushed to agree to 2 weeks to begin with. They wanted a month, supposedly.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
supposedly.
But
Even
it's just like,
still.
I guess the only problem for me is more of like I want them to succeed. I want them to have like more funds and whatnot, but I don't like the divide it will make. Like they started the series as like everyone's together. We all get to watch it together at the same day. Like I know I'm not part of the I don't count because I didn't watch it until like a few weeks ago. But like
You're
it's
still
the
here
concept
before
is
it's
like
over.
everyone's watching it together. Everyone's waiting together. It's this big exciting thing. And it's always like you go to YouTube and you watch it together. It's like a really cool idea.
Yeah.
And so then no one has to worry about like spoilers or anything because it all comes out at the same time for everyone. So I kind
Well,
of
yeah, and now,
I
like,
don't
because I actually like this series, and I'm unfortunately a well, I'm kind of used to be a content. I used to make videos. Even still, like, I'm gonna have to duck the internet for like 2 weeks because I refuse to let one single spoiler slip through. So it's like, damn it,
it's like
God.
I technically could try to go in the theater, but I don't want to mess with that crowd.
Yeah, me neither. Like,
And like honestly, with the FNAF movie, I didn't have the most wonderful crowd in the world either. So like
yeah,
I
they're
can't even
already not great,
imagine
so I can only
what the
imagine.
YouTube series was gonna be like
I
in
can only
real life.
imagine how cringe it could get, or bad, or chaos, or whatever.
Oh man.
And just like,
But maybe it'd be hilarious. I don't know. I'm not up for it, I guess.
well, like
So it's
I'm
kind of
just
my own
like,
fault 'cause I could go. I just
I
don't want to.
you've got to remember, like I'm 30, but I'm spiritually like 85, and like when I see things like. When what is it? The Minecraft movie came out, and like there's the videos on like being reposted of from Instagram or whatever. Like
Yeah.
these get like explosions go like a V bed sounds like it's going off in the like when they're letting off fireworks in the theater. It's like actual like mortar fireworks like the and it's like what the hell are you animals doing? Like and it's like I just think of that now every time I consider going to a theater. And
Oh man.
again, it was the middle of winter here, so the FNAF 2 movie one wasn't bad, but it's like again, like I can only imagine for Digital Circus how bad it's gonna be, and like I don't want to hear like 100 screaming 16-year-old girls
Oh
like at the
man.
top of their
It's
lungs, like
so funny.
when some fan service thing is gonna. And I get it, right? It's but it's like, good God, I'm too old for this. Can we like
Yeah, I feel
not,
like I should just
please?
leave it to the younger gen to just go and enjoy, and then I'll just be the old man and wait till it's on YouTube.
Right,
And
like
it just sucks because like I won't be able to read or interact with chat at all if we like stream it
no.
because someone will come in and spoil it. Like,
I'm legit thinking about making like just a quick burner video just to say like, hey guys, if you need, not that it mattered, but I'm gonna be off for like the internet for 2 weeks because I refuse to let these psychos spoil
yeah,
me.
and it's like I don't care if I use the internet for 2 weeks, but like it sucks because if I want to check on FNAF news, it's
Yes,
very closely associated with Digital Circus. Like a lot of that leaks over into the other
the fan
fandom,
base.
and
Yeah, someone
it's like if
tweeted.
something happens in FNAF, I'm not gonna know, and I
Yeah,
want to
tell
keep up
them
with
not
that.
to announce or release anything for those 2 weeks now.
Like they probably won't since we just got Secret of the Mimic VR
Holy
coming
shit!
soon.
Imagine how fucking mad they would be if they would like they were like gonna release like the first teasers for this new
Oh
game.
my god.
How pissed they would be if it's like, oh yeah, pretty much all of our fans are off the internet right now.
Five Laps at Freddy's just drops the same day.
Oh
as the-
yeah! Oh my god, that would be. We dropped it and like no one's playing it. Why not? Oh,
So
because
mad.
everyone's off the internet right now. God, I would be so mad.
Wait, I'm sorry, Ghost. I didn't see these messages. They're gonna
Um,
reveal the third AI set. Trust me. Wait, a guy
that'd be
brought a live chicken to the theater? Was it one that you were at?
the chicken jockey.
Oh my
We're
gosh.
Pokemon cards. The Santa CI. It's nuts these days.
If Scott does that, I'll be so mad.
Drop the FNAF Bible within those 2 weeks.
I'll just avoid Twitter, but like I'll have Scott's page up, I'll have Steel Wool's page up, and I'll just like refresh those every day and see if there's anything.
I don't know how you guys can have social media. Like, I don't care.
I
Like,
hate social media so much. I
I don't
just
get what my
use it for
siblings.
updates on things.
And if you really want me to sound like I'm like 80, like I had a Facebook in 2009, I think. 2008, 2009.
Yeah, that's around when I had mine.
And I got rid of it the year after because I heard you could get fired from your job if you post things they don't like on there. And I'm like, this is stupid. Why would I have this then? Just if I want to
Oh, I
talk to
hate
you, I'll
Facebook.
just give you my number. And if I don't trust
Exactly.
you enough to give you my number, why am I talking to you?
Right? Like even like Discord, I only go on to like have these discussions. I just don't like social
Right.
media very much.
Neither do I. It's like this is so dumb. This is and apparently I haven't missed anything. So it's like
No, like Twitter just gets worse and worse. I'm like really tempted to just be done with Twitter, but it has all these FNAF updates first. Like Steelwool posts there exclusively first. I'm like, I have to keep it.
now don't get me wrong, like sometimes like I see on YouTube like reposts of like psychopaths on like Twitter and Instagram like posting crazy stuff and it's funny occasionally, but it's like I wouldn't go there.
Yeah, it's like, do
Like
you really need that?
no. Like that's just me though.
It's just, I don't know. I'm like, I would hope that like if something relevant actually comes up, that like people will call me or they'll
Yeah,
don't
that's what
use
I
social media to tell me stuff.
right, that's just like I have yet to be like disproven on that from like over a decade ago. Like, oh hey, if I don't trust you enough to give you my number, like why do I need to talk to you, right? Like, yeah,
It's just so they can gather as much info about you as possible.
well, yeah, that too, right? But
I
so it's
hate that aspect of social media too.
well, yeah, because like I guess that was like I was glad I found out about it. It's like oh, like I'm desperate for a job. I don't want to lose a job. I just want to have social media. But it's like nowadays, it's like oh yeah, they're selling it to like God knows who, using it for God knows what. Probably making some like and it's like the plasma donation services stuff, like the mile long thing they make it. Like I was gonna donate plasma because I wanted more money, but then I saw like the billion things they have you agree to. Like we can use your genetic data for this and that, and it's like they're probably making some chimera monster of me, like in some like lab somewhere. Like this is stupid. I'm not agreeing to this. Like, and I'm sure I'm just being paranoid, but it's just like, good God, like I don't know. It just feels like icky, for lack of a
Yeah.
better word. Like,
It's like I'm sure it varies from person to person too, but just like for me, I'm just like I don't know.
yeah. Um, people's numbers change too much. What? I had my crappy like iPhone 7 for like the last
I want to change my number because it gets so much spam now, and I
7 years.
don't know like where I gave it that it gets so much.
Yeah, unfortunately that'll happen sometimes. Like the bad
It's like
one
you
for
do.
me has been like apparently like I have to be careful what I buy on like eBay because it's like I've had a new bank card like 3 times the last
Ugh,
5 years.
I blame Indeed for my phone leak.
God, it probably is. It's like these days, it's like nothing is like say like everybody's trying to like.
There's so many fake job listings on there. It's
I
insane.
mean, hell, why do you think part of the reason I'm trying to start my own business so I can be
But
self-employed so I don't got to deal with trying to apply somewhere else?
I'm so tempted to do like something like that. Just
I would recommend like
that's
if
me.
you really don't know what to do, like look into like lemonade, shaved ice, cotton candy. Those are all really
Just
easy and can be done by one guy.
and there's so like there's something soothing about it too, and it's like you're doing your own
Yeah,
thing.
doing it
And I'm like, I
yourself.
really want something like that. I
Travel
hate.
to
I'm so sick of
country.
retail. I could just die.
Oh God, retail is so like at least do security. It's like because then you're alone and you don't have to deal with like
But
the
that's
public.
terrifying too.
I mean, yeah, the scariest thing I ever had happen was in skit. Do you want me to give that story now? I can.
I definitely want to whenever you want
I might as well. Like now that you got me thinking about it. Um,
to.
so the scariest thing that's ever happened in my life was when I was doing
Do what
security.
Scott did. I
Doing
wish glitch. I have no artistic talent.
um, it was at a American Modern Insurance Group's facility in Ohio, and it's a giant insurance conglomerate of all the major insurance companies in the country, and they just happened to put their corporate campus in the middle of nowhere in Ohio, where I grew up. Um, I was doing security there for about 6 to 8 months, something like that. Um,
Our literal security guard.
oh yeah, well, it's part of where my name came from too. Like part of it was me wondering, like, oh hey, what were about the other security guards at Fazbear? Like, what were they thinking about all these events? They're like, my focusing my channel on the untold stories of FNAF, and also I used to be a security guard. Um, but yeah, so that's where I was worried. It's this big, like 15-story, like two, and there were two buildings, like two 15-story like office buildings, and it was like your stereotypical office, right? Like multiple floors, cubicles, like private offices, executive suites at the top, and like pretty much the basement in Secret of the Mimic or the Pizzaplex is what the basement of this place looked like too, just cleaner. Um, and I was there for like 6 to 8 months. Um, but by the time I'm going through, because you remember I'm doing graveyard shift, so it's like the middle of the night, always, and that's why I have a torch and everything. And I wasn't totally alone on campus. It was me and one other guard in the other building, but I had a whole building to myself. They had a whole building to their self. And like I might talk to them over the radio like once or twice over the shift, but for like the most part, I was totally alone. Um, and like you go through and like I would do my rounds, right?
I already don't like it.
You know, I start in the basement and I work my way to the top and then take the elevator down, and that's how I'd always do it. Um, and in the basements, there's also the kitchens and the cafeteria, for this, big corporate office. Um, and I had to go through there in the kitchens and like throughout the whole basement, the whole time, every time, because they wanted me to check in there because there was a pilot light for the ovens. And they were worried that, like, if a gust of wind from, like, a door opening or closing or, like, a draft coming from upstairs or whatever would blow out the pilot light, then you've got just propane pumping into the ground floor, and God forbid someone lights a match, place catches on fire. Um, so they always wanted me to walk through to make sure the pilot light's still on. But the problem is the entire basement isn't lit. Like they turn off all the lights in the building at night, but like in the upper floors it's not as bad because you can get a little moonlight or like light from like some distant street lamps or the lamps outside or whatever, or just more ambient light. But like in the basement at night it is pitch dark, like pitch dark. So
Ugh.
that's why I need to bring my torch. And like sure, during certain spots when I'm going through, I'll leave like one or two lights on just so I can navigate between the hallways, but like there are big chunks of the rooms I'm going through where it's just totally pitch black dark, right? And I remember there's like an exercise room down there, there's big storage rooms, and the cafeteria and the kitchen I had to go through. Um, and I would start there, and then I would just, go up each floor, walk up the stairs, go to floor one, check it, go to floor two, three, four, and so on and so on. End at the executive floors, take the elevator down, back to the ground level. And that's what I would do, pretty much every night. And I remember it was like about halfway through my time of being there, probably about month 3 or 4. Nothing weird ever really happened at all. But just like on one night out of the blue, like I'm doing one of my rounds, and I'm going through the cafeteria, and I'm starting to have like a weird feeling I specifically remember. So I'm like a little bit more attentive.
I
um,
hate that so much already.
but I just have this eerie feeling. So like I'm attentive, but I'm also wanting to like just kind of like roll through and like not, yeah, and just like get through it. Like I'm just trying to quickly go through. Like I don't know. I've got like a weird feeling. Let me just blow through here. Doesn't really matter. There's never anything here anyway. Um, and like in the kitchens, it's like totally pitch dark too, though. Like every time. Um, and what's annoying is that even if I wanted to leave the light on in there, and I remember this was the first time I was going through, the light for the whole kitchens is on the other side of the kitchen where the door is I have to go through. So I've got to walk through this place pitch dark, but um what is it? I'm like quickly walking through. I'm not really stopping to check anything. Like I've just kind of got the light like at my feet, not even like really waving it around either, and I'm kind of glad I didn't because like I'm trying to like describe the layout of this room. Like I have to go through like if you've ever seen like a buffet line, like it's long like that, and it's mirroring the buffet line. So the kitchen's long too, like a rectangle. And you have to enter in on the right side, like behind the buffet line. And you enter in there, and you have to walk to the opposite side and length of the rectangle, if that makes sense, to get to the exit door. Um, and like as I'm walking through, like looking ahead of me, but again, I'm walking quickly through here, as you remember, just because like I don't know, I'm feeling weird. I want to get through this. Like I started to have this like the weird feeling got like worse, basically, like in the kitchen in particular. And like my lights at my feet, I don't even really want to look around. I completely ignore the pilot light. And like what the hell happened? Um oh yeah, like I lowered the light in the even more so for a second. It was even more dark like around where my face was around me. And like I'm having to pause at the door to like try to like find where the handle is. And it's like in that moment I like feel evil. Like not me myself, but I feel like the presence of evil. And I know that's massively melodramatic, but like I have no better way of putting it than that. Like I could feel evil looking at me. And it was looking at me from that uh corner like where I was like walking in, like facing it when I first went in from the buffet line. But before I turned left, it was in that corner, like closer to the door I came in at, right? Like, but was
Ugh.
even more dark. Like that corner back there, like whatever the hell it was, and I know like because like you could feel it, right? It's like the same feeling like if you've ever walked through a forest and felt like I shouldn't be here right now. If you've ever had that feeling happen, like imagine that, but like cranked by like 1,000. Like
Ugh.
I felt evil looking at me. I don't know what the hell it was. I don't know what like and this was totally random. Like nothing like superseded this or like
Yeah, there was like
anything.
no trigger for it.
No. And it just out of nowhere on this random night in particular, and it's just like from that corner, like something was looking at me, and it was evil, and it just wanted me gone. Like I dropped my light, I threw the door open, and I ran. And I'm not fucking with you, I did. Like, and I didn't go to the basement the rest of that night, like at all, and just got my light back the next day. Um, this is one of the few times I've ever told that story. This was God, like 2016, 2017, about a decade ago. Um, yeah, no, like, and again, I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything, I just felt it.
It's almost worse though. I don't like that at
I felt
all.
evil, and again, like that forest feeling mixed with like you can tell someone's looking at you. Like it's like those two mixed together, but like cranked to 1,000. Like I dread to think what I would have seen had I like lifted that light. Um, and I'm kind of glad I didn't, because I guess I got to leave the room. Um,
Ugh,
but yeah, that's my story. That's the one time
I
I
don't like it.
felt evil.
So then, like the next shift, you had to go back there. You didn't feel it that time.
No, and nothing ever
That's
again.
so. Ew, I don't like that at all. That's even worse.
Yep.
It's
Never
just
anything.
not there
Although there
anymore.
was a time the employees did fuck with me by putting like this giant mannequin clown at like the entrance of the stairs, which they thought was hilarious. I about broke my neck falling down, but I'm sure they had a laugh. Um, but other than them and doing that, like yeah, I never had anything weird happen. It was just that night in
Ugh,
particular.
that's plenty bad. I don't think you needed more experiences.
Yeah, no, I think I got got that out of my system from the one time. I guess I paid my due at that one. It's like, yeah, no. I was like, which is funny because like I've been in even more like remote sites to guard before, even later when I did security in South Carolina, like brake plants, like being completely alone at like a construction site where there's nobody around and I'm like on the edge of Charlotte or whatever, like no, nothing like that. Um
Ugh.
this was the one time I've ever had like anything like I guess maybe supernatural. Like I don't know, it could have been a guy for all I know, right?
Yeah,
Like that's
there's something to that feeling though. Like we don't have it for no reason.
no, like and I've had it here like walking through the mountains here, like when you're walking through the forest and your body just tells you like, "Hey, it's time to leave." Like it's that feeling mixed with like
Yeah,
someone's looking at you with bad intentions.
I hate that feeling. So
Yes.
much.
Like but it was just like so intense like just like I don't think I scare easy, but like just like have fear like injected into me like that and it's just
Ugh.
my reaction is just drop my light, throw open the door and run. Like
It's either that or you're gonna be throwing hands.
I don't right like I don't even know like it's just pure terror going through you in that moment and it's like I'm good. Like I left my light there. Like I didn't even go in the basement the rest of the night. Like
Ugh,
you
I
know.
hate it.
Um. So yeah, that happened. Ohio, South Carolina, mountains here. Yes, we will triangulate your current position with this. Right. Good. Yeah, no, my current position. Okay, yeah, I'm in the middle of the Rockies. There you go. I'm somewhere up in the mountains here. Good luck finding me. Yeah, a no-name town in Ohio, and I lived with a friend in a no-name town in South Carolina for years. I'm not that exciting. Um, God, that took some getting used to moving to the South too. Really, just for the heat, like it's like, and not like the like hot. It's like which it was hot, but it's like sweat. It's like armpit, like Satan's armpit. Like just muggy. Like you're sweating at
I
night.
hate
Like I
muggy.
hate this. Like why is it like 75 degrees at night? What is this hell? What? Yeah, no, I was not built for that. It was not ideal. Um or Purdue University. I think I've heard of them. But no, God, I only went actually yeah, I guess more unnamed lore. I went to college for like a semester, maybe, after the army. But like I immediately dropped out because it's like one, I couldn't decide on what I wanted to major in. I was like, everything's stupid, nothing interests me. But it's also like I don't know, I was still just very much in like army mode, so like to go straight from that to seeing like girls showing up to class in their pajamas, it's like that was such a shock to me. Like I was like, I can't be here anymore. This is gonna make me mad. um, like yeah, no. um. So I was like, yeah, no, I guess I'm not doing college. Um, And I did security for you, and I only just now feeling like, God, I'm not like a loser anymore. Trying to get this business started. Because I also did a lot of mechanic work after that. Because that's what I did in the army. But then I realized, like, I hate working on other people's stuff. Well, because it's like, and I
Feel
get it,
that.
right? There's a lot of like scammy mechanics, and it's like I've ran into a couple out here too. But it's like I have a vague
Yeah.
idea. I know what I'm doing, so it's like, you know, it's like to like have to explain to somebody who's like, do I really need to change my oil more than like once a year? Like, I think you're just trying to like upcharge me, or it's like I'm trying to think of an example you'd get like. You're just trying to sell me more radiator fluid. Like, sure, what? It's only like half full. Like, it should be fine. Like, people who have no idea what they're talking about trying to say, like, you're ripping them off. It's like, dude, I get paid the same either way. Like, I get shop rate, and shop rate sucks. It's like, I'm not trying to screw you. It's like, you can look at it if you don't believe me. Like, I don't know. It's like I hated it. I hated working for on other people's stuff. It's like I like tinkering with my stuff, but it's like God, like everyone's like a knucklehead. Like um yeah, no, so it's like okay, and now it's just I've been doing odd jobs since I moved, and now it's like I'm like 30, I've got to start making real money. And so I'm like, okay, like by
That could
massive
never be me.
well, yeah, I can't just, you know, I got to start doing something with my life, but by massive coincidence, I met a codger at a dive bar in Missoula, and we got to talking a lot, and I was just shooting the crap, and I think I complained something the same to him, and he was like, "Huh, why don't you start vending?" I'm like, "What, vending?" And he's like, "Yeah, I travel the country selling lemonade at like county fairs and whatnot." I was like,
Mm.
"Oh, really?" And he was like, "I've always wondered about that. I've been to a couple over the years. Like, is it actually really that worth it, or like, do you guys struggle a lot?" And he's like, "No, I've made more money than I've had my whole life since I started like 40 years ago." And I was like, "If I can ask, how much do you make during an event?" And he told me what he said he made, and I was like, "There's no way you make that much money." And he's like, "Yeah, it is. If I'm willing to travel, I do. The event
That's awesome.
goes on all week, and because like, what did he say? Like, if he has a helper during an event, he said like for like a county fair, uh, what did he say? That gets like 50,000 attendees or something, or plus for like the week or whatever. He said he was pulling like roughly about 1,000 a day
Nice.
for an event. And if the event goes on a week long, now sure, say you lose like 2 or 3 to that to fees, even still, like you made 4 grand in a week. Hello, like that's more money than I've ever made in my life. I was like, I'll have me some of that, please. Like, and I was gonna do like Cincinnati style chili dogs or conies as they're called, but no one out here outside of Ohio knows what
Sounds
the
so
hell a
good.
coney. Yeah, no one outside of Ohio knows what the hell a coney is, apparently. Um, so I was like, okay, what else? And my mom suggested like, oh yeah, my girlfriend who babysat you as a kid, what is doing kettle corn with her husband, so maybe you should try that. I'm like, oh, okay. And then I realized like, oh, it's not a temperature controlled food, so it's easier to get approved for, and it's like one person can do it, and there's 4 ingredients to it, and I can sell it for more. So it's like, oh, this is a no-brainer to me. Um, it's two video. It's on a lot of factors, especially if you're just yourself or you have a family. Yeah, it's just me at the moment. I'm insane, so I moved to the other end of the country by myself in 2020 because I'm like, I don't want to be in South Carolina anymore. um, I know what a coney dog is. Oh, amazing! Someone else. So you're at least from the Cincinnati area, at least. And yeah, sure, that narrowed it down where I grew up, I guess, but not like it matters now. My family sold the family place. Um, Well, and I guess yeah, that's kind of how I got into this. Is like um, you know, just me looking at it, into it from what that guy suggested, and mom's like, "Hey, just try kettle corn," and it's like, which actually, and I know we're so off topic now. I'm so sorry, but like,
It's
um,
okay. I've got to go soon anyway.
I guess yeah, fair enough. I might as well ask while I've got you all here. Like, I'm planning on selling, God, like a small bag for 6, a medium for 8, and a large for 10, and a bag of caramel corn for 9, which is the same size as a medium. Like, I think that's pretty good. And mind you, I'm trying to price it to where like I don't have to bump it up or as for as long as possible. Like that's the advice I was given is like you start as high as possible and you just ride that number for as long as you possibly can. Because there's nothing anyone
Makes
hates.
sense.
Well, yeah, there's nothing anyone hates more than to see like, ah, you're raising your prices every 3 to 6 months. Like, what's that? You're ripping me
True.
off, right? Like, people don't feel it as bad if it's like, oh, he's had the same prices the last 2 years, right?
That's so true.
Um, from northern central Indiana. Oh God, there's even less out there in Ohio. My grandparents had a root beer stand at a restaurant. Ooh, depends on what your definition is with kettle corn. What do you? It sounds all right. Oh, good. And mind you, yeah, this is the Northern Rockies prices. Like, God, like everything's expensive up here. Um, I did not realize how expensive crap was out here before I moved here. You, I'm not like this is gonna make me sound so dumb. I literally just looked at a map of the country and I was like, okay, where looks cool? Colorado looks cool. Montana looks cool. Alaska looks cool. And I picked one and what is it? I sold everything. I told my parents if they wanted to pick my car up, they'd have it, and I'd mail them the title, which I did, by the way. I reduced my life to a bank account and a backpack, and I got on a plane and I flew out here, and here I am 5 years later, and I, after 5 years of looking, I found a shack I could afford, and I bought it. In my world of business, prices drop. I mean, God, how does that work? What? I mean, unless you're like a giant retail chain, I don't see how that's workable. Where it looks cool, that's exactly. Well, yeah, I don't want to be where it's ugly, like the middle of a desert or like being stuck in the endless doldrums of the soul-sucking Midwest where I grew up. I didn't want to be in the play like, the mountains always look cool. Why don't? Well, and that's what my grandpa always threatened grandma with. He's like every time she would make him mad, he'd say like, "Oh, I wonder if a full tank of gas in the truck could get me to Montana." I'm not even kidding. That's what got me to think of here. And I was like, "Oh, cool. Maybe I can move there. I don't have any obligations." But unfortunately, I found out after I moved here how god forsakenly expensive it is here. Like it's so bad. It's so bad. That's why it took me 5 years to find somewhere I could afford. Well, and God, like milk's like $4 a gallon. Like, and it might just be prices are going up, and I've not noticed everywhere else. Like, what is it?
Yeah, that's definitely not just you.
Gas is floating at like what? I think I filled out it's like 370 at Costco in Zootown. Um, trying to think, what are other staples?
Blame Santa.
Planes. Yeah, a little more. I mean, if he's from the North Pole, it'd be less commuting time. Sounds about right. Yep. Um. Well, and granted, my parents are living in Kentucky, so it's like when they visited here, it's like, oh, everything's expensive here. That and like they all think I'm insane for moving out here because it's like dad's just like it's just like Texas up there. Like you have to drive an hour to get anywhere. And it's like, I kind of like it. That's when I listen to, like, my podcast or whatever. Make me sound lame, but I like I either listen to like my 40K lore or my podcast, as lame as that makes me sound. Or FNAF theories, by the way. I've been using them to try and catch up on your guys' videos, by the way. The like hour-long drives I have to do out here is like, oh crap, I haven't caught up on VRs and Broadus films. This would be a great time to watch them. Um, yeah, no. I would, for any of you who care and are watching, I would highly recommend you move to where you want to be long term before you decide to, like, I don't know, like settle down in that, like, oh, trying to think. I could see myself being here the next 30, like, figure out where that is and go there before you're like, oh, I'm too old to want to move and do anything now. Like, you know what I mean? Um, 40K. God. Um, way up north. So when you say it's really hot, I just have to assume. And again, I guess I've been all over the country, right? Like, grew up in Ohio and South Carolina for a few years. What is it? The Army, I went from Virginia to Georgia to Colorado, which is the first time I went out west, and I was like, oh, it's cool out here, which got me to also think of it later. Like, I liked it out in Colorado. um, now I'm up here now, so I guess I've seen a little bit. And, I've drove to Idaho, Oregon, well, not Oregon, Washington. Um, I've gotten to see a little bit of the country, little bit. And that's part. I guess that's also what's getting me to think. Oh, maybe I could be a vendor and travel the country and sell kettle corn. I guess. I mean, hell, it beats just sitting on my couch. I guess making no money. Was my thought. Worst case, I could stream on the road. I don't know. In the future,
Imagine.
if I gotta meet you guys on the street, like, hey guys, I just made it to Iowa or wherever the hell. God.
It's one of those traveling streamers.
God. Travel vlogger. Oh my God.
Man.
Like, speaking of the lowest common denominator, God, I could not. It's like, you have no idea how mad I got when I found out, what is it? What the hell do they call it? Overlanding. When I first found out about that, like how mad that made, the more I looked into it, because it's like, wait, isn't this just boondocking? It's like, why'd you make a whole new word for this? What? And it's like, oh, I realize it's for the Instagram couples with money who, like, pretend they're not boondocking for whatever reason. It's like, you didn't make something new. Like, this has always existed. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this isn't special or new. Like, how irrationally mad I got at overlanding. Because I kept wondering, like, what's up with all these stupid, like, X stickers I'm seeing on everyone's car out here. I don't know. I guess everyone wants to be a vlogger. Good God. I don't know. All right, I'm trying to make my old man rant done. But yeah, I guess that's some unnamed lore for you. For what it's worth. You shouldn't have let me rant for so long. I blame VRAR for that.
I always take the brunt of these things.
You should. I don't know. What is it? But yeah, no. I'll probably end it there. It is late.
Yeah.
Thank you all for sticking around for so long. Um, I don't know. I'm feeling like
Giving me more things to chew on.
right a lot on agony. I feel very good about the Fredbear plush now. Um, what is it? We need to do what was the other story that they mentioned that we should cover? The other book we can read. Um, maybe we do the Stitch Wraith stories, like all of those together. Oh, the Man in Room 1280. That would be fun for a stream.
I just read that one again. I was like, what am I reading right now?
Well, hey, maybe if you do,
So
we could kind of
weird.
piece it together a bit more.
Like, it's just like one of those WTF things when you're reading it.
Uh,
It's good though. It's just so weird.
good stuff. Um, and par for the course for FNAF.
Oh,
Um,
very much.
but yeah, thank you all for hopping on the stream. I'll let you go here.
So
Um,
we.
what is it? I promise I'm going to try my best to get back to writing the script. I am really just waiting on other people for the business stuff now, so I'm gonna force myself to sit down and write tomorrow. I've been dreading it, but I need to get back to it. Um, I'll keep you all appraised of the progress. I'll talk to you soon, and you all have a good night.
Yes. Night, everybody.
Yep. See ya. Chat sucks.